How's that? Do I have audio now? There we go. Now I have audio. Trying out a new mic, so let me know how this works today. Let me get this around here so it's not in the way. It's gonna be a fight between Aztec and Ian. Ooh, I don't like that being visible. There we go. Now it's not so visible. Yeah, I forgot I changed the settings to be the other one. Make sure it works on all of them. Yes, it does. Okay. So this is new. I got this off that review thing, but we'll see how well it works. You were not supposed to be there, and you know you're not supposed to be there. Pretty good, 3D print Viking. No, they are starting their Kickstarter next week, so I decided to flip them to give them the benefit of a boost. So we're doing the Kywoo this week and the Ender 3 Max next week. They wanted to try to have a couple videos out before their Kickstarter started, so that makes sense. As always, buyer beware with Kickstarter printers, but this appears to be manufactured, so I'm assuming they're already making them. So does the audio sound better? I wasn't sure if this would make any difference. I found out one of my cats is deaf. No, can't hear. That explains so many weird attributes of his behavior. I noticed last night he was laying right here, and I went to call him, and he didn't respond at all. But as soon as I moved, he responded. And I put my fingers right behind his head and gave him a snap, and he didn't even budge. I'm 99.9% certain he is completely deaf. Boy, that explains a lot about what I perceived with his attitude. For example, the few times where he would walk toward a door and I'd be like, "Don't you dare!" And he'd completely ignore me as if I wasn't even there. It's because I wasn't there. He couldn't hear me. And that also explains why he jumps every time I touch him. He just not like jump like fear, but jump like and he'll do a little meow whenever I would touch him. It's because he can't hear. And so when he's sleeping and then he suddenly sees you or feels you, it startles him because he didn't hear you coming. That actually kind of sucks, man. But he seems happy. Hey, Christopher. Today we are doing peach. Oh, I found more magnetic trays. And they are so much better because they're so cute. So if you have a Tractor Supply near you, they have this little micro set, this little tiny set of magnetic trays. And it is so much better for 3D printing. So instead of these massive, gigantic trays, you got these little tiny trays. It's like $5. Yes, this is Kickstarter. Kickstarter starts the 21st of October, I believe. Yeah, these are much handier being tiny. In fact, I might go get a second set just because I want another one of these. I want another one of the little ones. I've also built my surgical tray. So I got my little rolling surgical tray built. So that will come in handy. Yeah, I believe this is the... Yeah, Tractor Supply had these. They have those little bins up front with all the little tiny tools and trinkets and stuff like that. And one of the things they had was these. I don't know. I don't even know what it looks like. I think it's this. It's the only printer I see on their site, so I'm pretty sure it's this. Those aren't linear rails, though. Those are guide rails. They're a little confused at what linear rail means. What the hell? What is this? That should not even be there. So turn that off. There we go. So they're a little confused as to what linear rails means. Those are guide rails. But I'm assuming that's what we're going to be putting together today. Reminds me of the oh, what's that printer that I shorted it out when I opened it. It had the metal covers like this on the side. And it looked a lot like the who's that US company that makes... Yeah, looks a lot like the Taz. That's it. It has that Taz look to it with the chunky gantry and the bed that runs through the middle of it. This looks very similar to that company. I wonder if they're the same company or the same design queue, or it's even got the handles on the top. So I'm wondering if they're any relation to the other company. Yeah, the smoke show. My fault, by the way, not the printer's fault. Didn't kill it, though. It still worked. How? I don't know, but it still worked. No, that wasn't my fault. That was the one with the loose power connection on the brain board in the back, and it shorted out to the to the frame behind it, and then I had the dangling wires in front that touched, as I tried to bypass it. I remember that, so partially my fault. Hey, Pygar. Well, blind would suck, no matter what kind of senses you have. Blindness sucks. But he seems totally happy being deaf. I think he was born that way, so he doesn't know any better. Boy, that explains so much of his behavior now. Freaky. Sad, but, shit happens. You deal with it, you move on. Right, kitty? Huh? Right, kitty? You good boy? That also explains why he is more respondent to hand gestures. I'll point to him and I'll tell him to go over and use this bowl, and he gets it a whole lot quicker than Ender does. And I think Ender gets it and he's just a dick. He's like, I know what you mean. F you, I'm gonna do it anyway. No, deaf, not blind. He can clearly see. I put my hand in front of him and he reacts to it and whatnot, so he can clearly see. That also explains why when he goes into a hidey hole somewhere, he doesn't respond when I try calling him. Because he can't hear me. So a lot of weird aspects of his behavior are starting to make sense. Where's Ender? He's usually in that bed by now. Yeah. You should see how frustrated, how upset and frustrated Ender gets when he's in his bed. Because he wants to Ender loves this bed, and so does he. This stupidly expensive cardboard bed. I'm actually thinking about epoxy coating the rim to help it last longer, so when they chew on it, it doesn't destroy the rim so much. And the but Ender will come up to get into the bed, and Noel won't get out. Normally, Ender will fuss with him and push him and lay on top of him and lick him and stuff like that. And eventually, he'll get fed up and he'll move on. And well, they both like it so much they won't get out. And he gets so frustrated. You can actually see him visibly get frustrated. And he gets so frustrated, he'll lay on the side of the bed and start chewing on the side of the bed because he doesn't know how to vent his frustration. Oh, they absolutely love this thing. So I can't afford to get a second one, especially since even if I could afford it, I want to know how long it's going to last first. Hey, Jerry. Pretty good old WFO writer. 3D printing professor. Oh, have you? Did you like it? What do you think of it so far? I have no idea what the price of this is going to be. The Kickstarter starts on the 21st. If I had to guess, $300 or $400. But then again, I don't know. Oh, the bed, $78 assembled, $49 unassembled. Under 400, good. Looks like it has a pretty small build volume, though. Yeah, very, very expensive. I got it on that review thing, so I didn't pay for it, of course. But now that I know how much the cats like it, now they do have cheaper alternatives. Like I grabbed a $17 one. Nice. Yeah, so it's a pretty small build volume for a pretty high price. It's smaller than the Ender 3. Well, probably about the same cubic volume for almost double the price. And it doesn't, and contrary to what it said, is this what it looks like, 3DPP? Is that it right there? No, it's not. The Ender is 235 by 235 by 250. Although I think one of them might be 220 by 220 by 250. Well, we haven't gotten to it yet. We're about to open it up. I give people time to get in here. Usually when we hit about 80 or 90, then I'll start opening the box. But it looks nice, but it's not linear rails. It's linear guide rails, but it's not linear rails. Yeah, I got a new mic, so we're gonna see how that works out on that program again. Yeah, I just finished posting over 100 reviews. I've been very busy the last few days posting reviews. Linear X. Okay, there's a linear rail for X because that looks like smooth rods for Y and for Z. So I got a second one of these cardboard beds, but a cheaper alternative. It was $17. And hopefully he'll like it as much. This way they'll each have one. They don't have to fight over it. Because they like the bed so much that they actually, they get visibly frustrated. They don't fight. I got very well-behaved cats. They don't fight. But Ender gets visibly to the point where when Ender jumps up here, I will pick Noel up, cuddle him a little bit to reward him for me taking him out of the bed and put him on the floor. Too pricey? You think it's a little too pricey for the build volume? Ah, bit too generic. Yeah. Yeah, I do like direct drive. I tell you, I'm really liking that Artist D. That thing's amazing. I just love the idea of having IDEX. It's very handy. Not a fan of that hot end, though. Or the hot end's okay. The feeder, I'm not a fan of. I don't like the fact that I can't manually feed, without pushing the gears. Oh, that's cool. Definitely working the laptop today. The fans are going pretty good. Although I'm just about ready to put back together the desktop. Well, that Sam Worthington is working on the firmware. He's going to be sending me new firmware for the Artist D. I'm hoping that will improve the print quality a little bit. Functionality is fantastic. Print quality is... Yeah, they'd have been better off going with 300 millimeters cubed for that price. That would have gotten people's attention. Having a nice rugged printer. The Artillery Genius. I am iffy on the Artillery Genius. The implementation of the ribbon cables is bothersome to me, especially since I had my X-axis fail, and I have to take it apart and resolder the connections for that ribbon cable. Apparently that's pretty rare, but it happens. I just don't like the implementation of the ribbon cables. With the exception of the ribbon cables, it's a beautiful printer. The price is good. The aesthetics is good. It looks fantastic. The print quality is fantastic. It's a great printer, but it's a paperweight if those ribbons fail. At least with the Artist D, they have proper sockets and jack and plugs on the ribbon cables. So you're not going to have that solder failure issue. You see on the okay, there's two ways to do this. How do I describe this? It would be like the difference between having the C13 cable and having just the metal prongs in the C13 cable, and you have to align those metal prongs with the other metal prongs in the printer. Low voltage, of course, nothing to hurt you. All right? This finished plug is going to be more resilient to issues. While it's not the ribbon that failed, it's the surface mount socket that failed. So I have to reflow the solder on the surface mount socket that the ribbon plugs into. Yeah, well, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said Genius. So the difference is, how do I describe this? Well, just look at the cables. The Genius is a bare ribbon cable. Right? It's a bare ribbon cable, and you have a very flimsy surface mount socket, and you have to open the socket, align the ribbon cable inside the socket, and close the socket. While the Artist D has a proper hard mount on the board, and the ribbon cable has a proper jack already attached to both ends of the ribbon cable, and you're inserting plug into socket. And it's a much more resilient, robust connection. I believe the early versions of the artillery printers used the socket and jack connection, but then they switched over to the bare ribbon cable and a surface mount connection, and it's just not as resilient. I'd like to see them update that. Again, the failure rate is pretty low, and you can replace ribbons if the ribbon itself fails, but I would like to see artillery switch to proper socket and jack connections for those ribbon cables, just because they're so delicate. Not so easy either to replace, because I've already broken one, but thankfully it was a non-fatal break. Because the little clips on the end that hold the socket and jack together can be a little on the delicate side. But the implementation of the ribbons on the JG Maker is superior to the implementation on the Genius. If you don't have a problem with the ribbons, the printer is fantastic. It can run at decent speeds. The quality is Ender 3 quality. It's a good machine. I'm not sold on the implementation of the ribbon cables. Yeah, Kywoo was going to join us today, but it was too late into their bedtime. That's a consequence of being on the other side of the world. No problem. If you could find it on something like Amazon, go for it. Because you got that generous return window. You know, if something goes wrong, you can send it back. Because it is a good machine, and it looks good, too. It's just, I'm not 100% on that ribbon. Come here, Noel. Everyone's bed. I know you like that bed too. Yeah, I'll give you some cuddling. Good boy. Yeah. Yeah, he's not happy. But I don't want him to get moody. I don't have impressions or thoughts on the Prusa Mini because I don't have one. My initial thoughts were, congratulations, Prusa, you recognize how good the Ender 2 is. Because it's literally a copy of the Ender 2. But I understand it's a pretty good machine. I just don't have one for direct experience. Check Venmo. Holy crap, thank you. Michael, $50 on Venmo. You rock, dude. Very generous, thank you. Yeah, I've gotten, thanks to you guys on Fetch and the person who sent me $63 towards cat food. I want to let you guys know how much I've gotten. Do as I say. Well, it's Ender's bed. I do have a new one coming in for Noel. When I say he loves that bed, I mean he loves that bed. So here's all the cat food that I've managed to score thanks to you guys. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cases of cat food that I've managed to acquire thanks to you guys. On that, every dollar I get through that Fetch app, they don't fight over it, but they get clearly agitated over it. So they'll do what I call a girly fight. Ender will be laying in the bed, and Noel will come up and try to lay in the bed with him. And Ender tries to lick him and push him out with his paws. And Noel's like, nope, I'm staying in this too. or Ender will come up and Noel's already in it. And Ender will circle the bed. He'll lick him. He'll try to get into bed with him, but doesn't like that. No, I don't use solar panels. I don't have that kind of money yet. I figure if I bought used panels, it'd be about $6,000 or $7,000 in panels, and then I would still need to build and get inspected ground mounts. Now, Noel does love that thing up there, right there. He loves laying up there. And then of course the grid tie equipment. That's another $3,000 or $4,000 in the inverters. It's just well beyond my financial means. I just don't have that kind of money. I figured just to get started it would cost me about $16,000 or $17,000, and I just don't have that. And then what'll happen is Ender will get very frustrated. He'll get agitated because he doesn't know what to do about it. He's like, I want the damn bed, and I want it bad enough that I don't want to give up on this, but I can't get him out. And he'll actually sit there on the side of the bed and start chewing on it because he's agitated. So he's trying to vent his agitation. And so now I just take Noel out whenever Ender wants to get in, because he'll lay in that thing all day. He'll stay there all day. He loves that bed so much. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. He's a good boy. And let's not even talk about batteries. I ran the numbers on batteries. 2 days power on battery would cost me about $25,000. Yeah, that's not happening. Not for a while. And of course, it's got my damn info all over this thing. Like, do you have to put my address on it 9 times? I need to get a couple of those big fat markers. Oh, that popped out. There we go. Probably the only practical way I'm going to do batteries is to wait until there's a larger availability of junked electric cars. You know, get a couple of Nissan Leaf batteries. You know, they're 20 plus kilowatts each, even when they're used. And, you know, so 3 of those is 60 kilowatts. That's almost enough for 2 days. Wind turbine is actually a good idea eventually, because I get a lot of wind here. There's actually a pretty significant amount of wind here. Oh, you all curious? You see a big box? Yeah, he sees a big box and he's like super curious about big box. Oh, here's the base. Oh, I do like that beefy bed. That is a beefy bed. 2 of the feet came out. Eventually, I want to put a camera up here looking down so you guys can see inside the box as I deal with them. Then I also eventually want to get a little side table here so that I can have the printer down lower and on the side table. and then move it onto the main table as I take it apart. White. Colors. Come on, colors. The more you spend up front on an ender. Oh, talking to Einstein. Einstein, if you have the money, I would say none of those printers and jump straight to an Ender 5. The only upgrade the Ender 5 needs is replacement springs to the yellow springs and a metal feeder, which is going to cost you less than 20 bucks total. But if you can afford it, go straight to an Ender 5. It's more stable. It has a bigger build volume. It has a stronger frame, better upgradability, and it has the because it moves the bed up and down instead of back and forth, you can jump into 0.2 millimeter nozzles if you want to and get phenomenal results. It's by far my favorite printer. The only downside of the Ender 5 is you can't see too easily when it's at 0 because the frame is in the way. Hi, this cat's like, oh, what are you doing? I'm super curious now. He's trying to figure out how to get over here. Okay, you want a bed, cat? Here you go. Here, you can jump in the box. I give it about 90 seconds before he's in that box. Well, it is well packaged. I have no complaints about the packaging. Yeah, we definitely have Taz vibe going on here. And their lead screw springs are both destroyed. That's going to be interesting trying to fix that. Oh, I was able to push them back. They might actually be okay for testing today. I was able to straighten it out. I'm going to have to show them how to fix that. Oh, I see what you mean. Linear rail on the X. Okay. Yeah, something went wrong with what you got. I have 3 Ender 5s, and they are by far my favorite printers. Like, bar none, my favorites. Yeah, those adapters are destroyed. But I think they're usable. I think we'll be able to get by for today. Yeah, I'm definitely having Taz 6 vibes here. Ender 5 is the same X and Y, but you get 50 extra millimeters on Z, and that's more useful than you might think. Nice. I do like the very pretty orange-yellow finish. It looks yellow-orange on camera, but it's actually orange. Or like a sunflower orange. I do like that, even though it's just cosmetic. I like the handles. I like the enclosed frame. The CR6 SE I am very hopeful for because mine works flawlessly. Now, I do have my Kickstarter one, which we're going to be doing in 2 or 3 weeks. We'll see if I have the button problem. The people making it are real green. What's that mean? Green is an environmental. There's no speed difference. You're not going to get any speed advantage with the Ender 5. The advantage of the Ender 5 is a solid frame and the swapping of Y and Z. No, what do you mean 3D printing, Professor? Do you mean green as in new or green as in environmentally friendly? Undeveloped, like green fruit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. My least favorite spool holder option. There's the other 2 feet. And I will keep this box. That's good for shipping stuff in. Yep, he's in the box. That didn't take long. See him? He's like, my box now. Cats in boxes, man. Cats in boxes. I do see what looks like proper XT60 connectors and dual connectors at that. I don't know why they're running two, unless it's because of their wiring. Because that can more than handle one. Hang it from a shot rod. Yeah, so what happened here, I give you guys a close shot of this, is their couplers got stretched. You see how that's all stretched out? And that's because they didn't secure this for shipment. So the mass of this in shipment pulled on the couplers. So that's why these guys, thankfully, they didn't get damaged enough that we can't use them. So they're still straight. They're not stretched out so much that they're not straight anymore, but I do have to replace those. So that is something I will have to discuss with them. I do like this very solid mount for the stepper motor here. Here's the power supply in here. Now that is a little sketch right there. I will give you a close-up later, but that's the power supply back there. And that is the mains connections directly exposed back there. Which means if someone sticks their hand in here to work on this, they're going to have a very lively surprise. So I'll have to talk to them about fixing that. I like the nice aluminum feeder assist here. The fan duct looks good. The hot end looks good. Looks like we are BL Touch. I see a BL Touch right there. And this is hard mounted. Cracks. Well, that's no big deal. That's part of the reason they send them to people like us to help them figure this stuff out. Yeah, it looks a lot like a mini Taz. Wire management looks pretty decent. Not bad. So we will go over it. Well, they're not wrong. S3D is better. And I'm not a snob. It's just better. The only benefit Cura has is it's free and it's getting free updates from giant mammoth Ultimaker. You know? And well, part of S3D problems is their own creation too. Is the while liking S3D doesn't make you a snob, the creators of S3D are definitely snobs. I've interacted with them a few times. They are very stuck up, whatever you call that. A little full of themselves. But they need to learn to use Cura too, because most people use Cura. This one's supposed to be 3D printing professional said it's gonna be a little under $500. No, biased is the wrong word. They're just straight up snobs. Like the almost well, they have toned down quite a bit in the last couple of years, but a couple of years ago, I would have called them dicks. Yeah, I would have had some unfriendly words for them. Lack of documentation is not good. They need to get on that ball real fast. Okay, injection molded. So these aren't 3D printed. These are injection molded. So pretty much everything is metal, and what little plastic there is appears to be properly injection molded, except for the blower for the fan. That is 3D printed. The duct for the fan, and I do not like the arrangement of the cooling fan. The CP01 also uses this arrangement, and it sucks. So we'll see how well it works here. If you can see here, the fan is a blower fan mounted horizontally, which means the intake for the cooling fan is coming from where? It's coming from the goddamn heated bed. So it's drawing in hot air from the bed and blowing it on your part. You need cool air for the bed. That fan needs to be up here. That I am not a fan of that. What I would suggest is to move this cooling fan somewhere else and put that fan right here, so that it's drawing cold air in from the front instead of hot air from the bed. Yeah, that's not a great implementation. And is that a 30 millimeter? No, it's a 40 millimeter. Yeah, it's a poorly understood aspect of 3D printing that they don't consider. I don't see any Garolite, so I would call this not good for nylon. Probably okay for PETG if you like tearing chunks out of the silicon dioxide bed surface. So the first thing I would do is I would put a magnetic plate on here instead of this glass plate. I'm not a fan of the glass plates. Your first-time users and 99% of your users are going to use PLA simply because there's more colors and better prices. Heck, most people, just the simple availability of colors is going to push them toward PLA. Now, I'm curious why they didn't... Oh, I do like that. That's a nice carriage plate. I'm not a fan of the mount points being on the corners, but they're using, was it 8 points? No, they're using 6 points. No, they got 2 in the middle, too. 3, 6. They're using 8 points to mount the bed. I notice there's no point in the middle here. Oh, that's tight. Nice. Okay. If this is an actual silicon dioxide bed surface, the bed adhesion should be okay. I'm not a super big fan of that print surface. It does work. It does work okay. I just prefer other. How the hell am I supposed to get that to go? The damn thing. Now that's annoying as hell. Don't put those feet in yet. Those feet are fucking annoying, but they are. Let's see what we got here. They gotta clean up that threading for them. Oh, that is a hard to read manual. So they made their manual this way, but they printed it this way. If you don't know what I mean. Those should be this way. Why would you have to? Doesn't this just slide in? Doesn't it just do that? Is there nothing in here about construction? Oh, this way. Yeah, this manual blows. Oh, you couldn't get it to slide in? Yeah, this manual sucks. This manual is worthless. I can't even read it. It is so goddamn tiny, I can't even read it. And I have a ridiculous amount of light here. Yeah, that's too small. I'm not even going to try. I can read Kywoo 3D printer user manual. That's about all I can read. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. That's their manual. Yeah, good luck reading that. Ah, wow, that is horrible. Yeah, I shouldn't need it anyway. It should be 4 bolts to hold this in and 2 feet. I've built printers like this before. They're pretty easy. Anything on the side here I'm going to destroy? Nope. Yeah, you could have put those feet on first. Yeah, I see your point. The feet stick out. Yeah, that would have been a problem. They need to clean up the holes a little bit here. We're going to make sure our wires are clear. I'm guessing that is for that stepper motor. Oh, wait a minute. They are unmarked. That's going to be for an end stop switch. That's going to be for a stepper motor. No, that's internally wired, so that's going to be for this one. That'll be for this one, and this will be for this end stop over here. Yep, that's what we're doing. We're going to put the feet in for last. Yeah, that's a real tight spot for the end stop there. What the hell? Come on, get in there. Yeah, that is not well thought out. That should be facing down and not backwards. Because good luck getting that in there. What the heck? I'm gonna have to unscrew that to put that in. Will that wrench I already have fit this? It might. Yes. Yeah, there's Allen keys in here. It's actually that's a pretty nice set of Allen keys. I'm going to show you that in a minute. I have always liked this Taz-like structure because it's just so rigid. Oh, they're using an XT60 connector for the thermistor. Guys, you don't have to do that. That's overkill. Use like an XT30 or a JST plug. That's like massive overkill. Now that I'm not a fan of. Well, that actually should slide pretty good. My concern here is this is the bed wire, and I'm concerned about that bed. Okay, it does stop there, so that's okay. Well, the problem, actually, that's not exactly true. See, the problem with overkill is that you tend to apply force based on what it is you're screwing with. So if you're grabbing a connection that beefy, you're not going to be as careful as you need to for wires that thin. You're going to be pretty rough with it. Also, it'd be very easy to do exactly what I just did. I have my bed wires connected to the thermistor and my thermistor connected to bed wires because the plugs are the same. So I have to reverse those because those are backwards. Boy, apply 24 volts directly to that thermistor and see what happens to it. So that is a problem too. These should use different connectors. These should not use the same connectors. So I was worried about the way this is sliding, but they have a nice nylon sleeve, and it slides a maximum of that far, so these never actually catch on the rail. So that's okay. I'm totally okay with that. This sucks. That's going to have to be worked on. Is the bed wire secured? No, they are not. Okay, so here's something else you can do, Kywoo. You have all this structure here. Use it. Ow! Goddamn acupuncture needles. Yeah, who else just got screwed by one of those? Oh, Maker's Muse. He just got screwed by one of those too. Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, I agree. It's going to go over. I'm going to put it inside of this channel like the rest of them do. So, there's no tension relief for this bed. It's not moving that much, but it needs tension relief. And you have these holes right here. So use them. You put a... If I can get the thing to come out. Come here. So you put a zip tie through the bed right here. That's fine. So you put a zip tie through the bed right here and hold down that wire. So now the solder joint isn't being torqued back and forth. You basically have built-in strain relief for the bed. And good on them for using the proper snippers too. I love these snippers. So now that I've zip tied the heat cord, the bed wires, to the actual frame, there are hexagon holes here, it still moves plenty. All right, I would prefer it to be a little more slack there, but that's okay. And now the solder connections to the heat bed aren't being torqued. You have strain relief now. I agree. But, you know, that's the way it happens. You deal with it. If we can get this all fixed so that the Kickstarter people don't have to deal with it, all the better. Double check all these connections, make sure they're solid. Yes, they are. They don't need tightening. Sometimes this stuff comes loose in shipping, but nope, these are all good. Yeah, I agree. This should be above. And then I actually want to put it underneath of this. We will see how well that goes. That I also think should be above. Although this has feet, so it's not as important. Yeah, me too. Yeah, these make great nail cutters, especially for toes. Man, that hurt. Okay. I gotta figure out how to get this thing hooked in. Okay, it is in a fixed position, so I can just remove it. Nope. I do like this little tool set. That's pretty slick. I mean, it's a small thing, but it's nice. Since this is in a fixed position, it should be pretty safe to remove it. But this should not have been shipped like this. I would like to know how they even got this out. Yep, that works. I can tilt it now. But I am going to actually loosen both of them, because I want to put this wire behind it. Lock it in there. And then tip it up like this. Oh, you guys can't see this. I believe I have one of the older Flash Forward Adventure machines, and I have a Guider 2. The Guider 2 is amazing. So, take out the bottom bolt, tip this up, and now you can reach this plug. Get it plugged in, and then you tip it back again. And screw it back in. So that takes care of that. And now the wire is now behind this box. So it's captive behind there. So it's not going to pop out. And then a second zip tie Oh, I forgot to put it over the beam instead of under the beam, and it's staying under the beam now because I'm not taking that off again. And then another zip tie right around here, or a clip pushed into here to hold that wire in, and this has got very neat wire management. I am happy about the wire management. I like that. That also looks good. No complaints there. I'm okay with all that. Filament run out on top of the extruder where it belongs. Yeah, the guider too is amazing. It's noisy as hell. It does not produce the cleanest prints in the world, but let me tell you, that thing is just, you want to print ABS, that thing's baller. And it's just reliable. It just works. I like my guider too. Then again, it better for $1,500. Now comes the fun part of getting these damn things to go in. Oh, one of the cats just took a poop. Yuck. Hey, that one went in. Oh, cat, you stink. You a stinky cat. Oh. Have you ever used my Flash Forge? Well, I look at things from a analysis engineering perspective. You know, I try to help them make the printer newbie friendly, if they're willing to listen and take advice. If they're not, well, that's on them. There we go. You just got to feed it carefully because the edge of the V-rail is also okay. So let's get this sorted. Now, a cheapy way to take care of something like this is to take a piece of paper out of this useless thing here. Yeah, basically a Lulzbot mini clone, yeah. And you can use this to stuff it into the V slot as a clip to help with wire management. Little bits of paper come in handy for that. Oh, yeah, right. I'd kick that cat's ass. So I'm going to use the existing zip tie they have here and tie it to it. Yeah, if it was smelly vision, half my viewers would be gone. That takes care of that. That looks good. What is this? Lead screw mount. Okay. So here's the power supply in here. These mains connection, this is a mains connection right here through the switch and the IEC, and they are shielded, so they have shrouds around them. I would still like to see a panel here to block this so people can't accidentally stick their fingers in here. And I absolutely would like to see a panel in here to stop people sticking their fingers in there and touching those mains connections. It doesn't even have the flap that covers the screw terminals. So that's definitely something I would like to see improved. Limit switch seems fine. The sheathing on the cables is good. Wire management in general is pretty good. I don't have any complaints. This could be a little tighter. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the excess through here, since it does not need to have all that cabling running so loose. And then I should be able to feed the excess into here. Yes. Just to make the wire management a little neater. There we go. There. Now the cabling is all nice and neat. I like that. The nice thing about printers like this is they look good, and that's kind of important. And does it sit without touching? Yes. Useless. I like the little wrench kit. That's nice. I'm not a fan of the spool holder. Do not like. So where does the spool holder go? Does it just snap on? Oh, goes in like that? Nope. Has to go in, it goes in like that. Okay. So that's actually pretty cool. So we are going to see, I think the spool holder needs to go in the front. Because otherwise, this is going to get in the way. No, not really. I would like to see a little management for that. I am not a fan of these gravity spool holders. Do not like. Now, the way this works is this just doesn't work. They're inverted. What the flying F? Hey, dumbasses. One needs to go on the other side here. The spool holder's backwards. No, the problem is they can't be used because they're both the fucking same. No, wait a minute. No, that's okay. So how did I have that backwards? Never mind, that's my brain dead move. No, mine's okay. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I was brain dead or something. My brain had a brain fart. I mean, they are adjustable, which makes it nice, but I hate this kind of spool holder with a passion because the spools never sit properly on them, ever. They just don't. I mean, no matter what you do. Look at that. It's just not sitting. I hate these spool holders. Yeah. See how it's tilted? It's because this wheel's bigger than this wheel. Yeah, I hate these spool holders with a passion. Because they just scream, fall out, please. Extra nozzle, extra end stop switch, nozzle wrench, extra piece of PTFE tube. You have your bed clips. They're better before. There are not. Useless scraper. Little screwdriver for adjusting something. Good memory card reader and SD card. Those have been reliable for me. Not sure what the rub bands are for. I am not happy that there's only 2 clips. I don't like that. There should be at least 3. I'm going to put a proper spool holder on there, like an ender spool holder. Yeah, exactly. Like an ender spool holder. I mean, I get the allure of that. It looks good. It's clean. A lot of people swear by those. I hate them. Okay, I'd be okay with this if the flat spot, the spacers they're using, were wider for the spool, and these walls came up to about here. You guys can't see what I'm pointing to. So I'd be okay with this if the little spacers here were wider, so you had a better footprint for this to sit on, and if the wall here came up to about here, so that it can't fall off. Folding is very difficult to keep alignment. Just enter that. Just put that kind of spool holder on it. Hey, stay where I put you. This needs to be looser. It is loose. Why is it so tight? I don't know. Yeah, this is a small one right here. What's the end user going to do? They're going to use what came with it. So we're going to use what came with it. I bought a whole bunch from... It was one of the Creality resellers. Trying to remember. It was a long time ago. I bought like 30 of them. It was the same people I bought the Ender 2s from when I bought a whole bunch of Ender 2s. Do they sell them on Amazon? T3D spool holder. You got a link for that one, Colin? Oh, there's the angled one, but and that's I'm sure as fuck not paying $20 for it. They're worth about $1. Should be under $400. What the hell does that mean, Colin? Do I search for that? Nothing comes up when I search for that. Just a bunch of filament. Do you have the Esun number? Or the Amazon number? You know, the A1011950S. You know, the actual part number? Because that's nothing's coming up when I search for that. Nothing comes up when I search for that either. Hey, red light. Oh, wait a minute. That comes up. Yeah, that's the angled one, and I'm not paying $16 for it. I'll commit harikari before I pay $16 for that. I bought like 30 of them for like $1.50 a piece from one of the manufacturers, but I'm sure as hell not paying $17. But that did work. That did come up. I'll post a link in case you guys are interested, but that's a stupidly expensive price. Okay. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Okay. Check messages. We don't need that because I already have one set up. Okay. Do I need to do anything else to this besides attach the glass with the... No? Oh, that's the end stop. Okay. Not a fan of this only having 2 clips. It should have 3. The 3 is not to hold it flat. The 3 is to keep it from moving. Did I just flick that cable clip? Yes, I did. Yeah, I have links to those printers in the description. If you go to my Amazon link and you go to 3D printers, they have the Ender 3 Pro, I think, for $189. You can also get the FL Sun Q5 for $204. And you can get the CR6 SE for $425 with a $50 coupon. That makes it $375. Oh, where'd you see the SE for $344? Where's the link for that? I'll add that right away. CR6 SE. Yeah, I see $429, $429, $50 coupon, $425, $50 coupon. Oh, wow, there it is. Okay. And it's Prime. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll add that right now. Go away, honey. Why aren't you working? Here we go. 3D printers. That's a great deal. That's a normal price for the Frozen Mini, but that's a pretty good deal for Amazon. Usually it's $239 on Amazon. $199 with a $10 coupon. Yep. Let me add that as well. That is a good deal. It's too bad they couldn't get the 002H in time for Prime Day. 3D printers. So that is a decent deal. That's $10 less than buying it direct with no shipping costs, and you get it in 2 days. What's the difference between the project and the regular Ender 3? What does the project mean, Christopher? Yeah, the normal price for the Amazon Frozen Sonic Mini is $239. So this is $199 with a $10 coupon. Nice. And if you go to my 3D printers category on Amazon, they have the CR6 SE, thank you, Colin, $344. They have the Ender 3X for $190. Let's see. $300 for the Thinker SE. So that's a CR10 for $300. They have the FL Sun Q5 for $204. Any other? This, whatever it is now, to stay away from that. Hey, the King Rune's available. $130. Wow. Let's move that up. So if you guys want a little Ender 2 copy, $129. That's that little King Rune. It has a linear rail for the Y-axis, and a metal feeder unit comes with it stock with Capricorn tube. That's actually a really nice printer. Let's see, what else was on here? Some of my things got bumped down. JG Maker Magic is $160. That's a pretty good deal. Let's bump that up here. Looks like the Q5 is as low as $202. Any other particularly good deals? Any of these are Pro? That's the X. That's just a... I'm going to delete that one out of principle. $412 for an Ender 3. Goodbye. Nothing else particularly good. So there's your best deals right there. That top 2 rows. Yeah, $344 for a CR6 SE is stupid. That's a great price. Can you cut the flex plate to fit? You shouldn't have to. This should be a default size. He should have this size in stock. This is 245 by 260. That's weird. 245 by 260. Yeah, this is 245 by 260, which I believe is a stock size. Yeah, the 245 by 255 will fit. You'll be short 5 millimeters, but that's okay. Your build volume doesn't go that far. So this one here, the 245 by 255, will fit just fine. Yeah, you'd be totally okay. Matter of fact, I'm probably gonna order one just because I hate glass plates. The orange 30. If that is a resin printer, probably want to avoid. If that's using the RGB screen, I would avoid it. It's not advertising monochrome screen, so it's probably not the monochrome screen. Meaning, if you're buying a resin printer now, I would not buy anything but a monochrome screen. For the cost of one screen, you can get a Creality machine with a monochrome screen. So yeah, for this printer here, 255 by 245. That'll fit just fine. So the CR6 SE build plate will fit on here just fine. I know, they're sold out. True. But you're going to have to replace that screen every couple months. Like every 3 or 4 months, you're going to be replacing that screen. If you use it heavily. Who is calling me? Let's see what the scammers want today. Hello? And they hung up on me. That same number. It's just the goddamn scammers wanting to either, you've been overcharged on your utility bill, or let's talk about the expired warranty on your car. Very nice, Colin. I'd kill to have a large format resin printer. CR6 Max. That's probably going to be 400 by 400. So you're going to be somewhere around this one here, 410 by 410. I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but you'll have to check. Remember, it's not print volume, it's actual size. Let's get juiced. What's in the back? And nothing happened when I turned it on. So does that mean we have a power supply that needs to be switched? Probably. Yep. Good boys. You always want to make sure that's set for 230. Because if it's 230, nothing bad happens. Any cubic photon and any cubic wash and cure? Hell yes. Except for, that might be the color screen one. But still, that's not bad. The BL Touch is activating. Looks like we have a color touchscreen. And it's in Chinese. So that is a settings icon. That is a language icon. English. There we go. Now we're in English. Hey, the fan's pretty quiet. Oh, duh. Subject cam. There we go. Yeah, I just realized that. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's see what's on the SD card. Let's get this out of my way before I poke myself with it again. What do we have on the SD card? Looks like we have a couple of G-code files, and that's it. No manual, no nothing. So another thing, include the manual on the SD card. At least, you know, I can maybe print it in the correct orientation, or at least blow it up so I can read it. Why the hell did the calculator open? Let's see. File, new. Let us see what is on here. Kywoo is a little robot. We are not printing that because that's a 5-hour print. But I should be able to, if they're using Simplify 3D, then I should be able to extract their profile from these slices. Test print, 9 hours, Jesus. Let's see, how do I do that? Import FFF profile. Can I import an FFF profile from a... I should be able to import it from G-code. Hey, SPC. This is a new Kickstarter printer coming out. The following profile has been successfully imported and is now available from the profile drop-down menu. Okay. So, add. I should have one called default 2. 0.4, 0.9 extrusion multiplier. Very good. Retraction 6 millimeters. No, we're going to start off at 1.5. We're going to slow down the retraction speed to 25. We are going to do 3 perimeters. Skirt 4 millimeters 3. That's fine. I got no complaints. 20%. That's fine. Overlap only 15%. Not bad. Okay. We are not going to generate support material. We are not going to print that at 240 Celsius. We're going to do 220. And then at layer 2, we'll switch down to 210. Okay, cooling 0, 100% at 3. It looks like it's 200 cubed. This only got 200 build volume. Is that a speed camera on the right-hand side? I don't understand. Oh, you mean this? Oh, yeah. That French guy who wore the costume with the flash in it. I love that guy. The build volume is only 200 cubed on this. I thought it was 220. Yes, I do. It is 240 cubed. So I'll change this to 240. I have a cracked version of Simplify 3D for my other computers, but I paid for Simplify 3D. Well, they have no script. We'll leave it alone. 60 millimeters per second is fine. We are going to avoid crossing outline. 999. Minimum travel 3. Perform during wipe. We always want to retract. Nope, this is going to be allow single extrusion. 50%. 0.2333, that all looks good. 0.9 looks good. We are going to wipe 8 millimeters. That all looks good to me. Save as. And this is the Kywoo. Kywoo. Kywoo 3D. Okay. Let's get a Marvin. Oh, yes, we're doing a Marvin. Because we're not waiting 5 hours for their stock print. Let's see, downloads. I should have a Marvin on here. Yes, I do. We are going to change that to 25% infill. And we are going to use a 240 minus 20, 220, half of 220 is 110. So let's call it 85. Yeah, 85 ought to do good. Although skirt doesn't matter on this because we're BL Touch and you cannot manually adjust it. So we'll leave it at 10 millimeters, 3 skirts. The Tycoon. Okay. And export to SD card. Yes. Now, let's see here. Downloads. Rows. Excuse me. Don't disobey me. We are also going to do standard phase mode print. We will leave those settings all alone. So 246, this will go to 0.6. This one will start at 0.6, end at 1.2. And we will do 5 perimeters. And then this will start at 1.2. And will be corkscrew. 1, 0, 0. And then 1.5 extrusion multiplier. And temperature, we are going to bump it back up to 220 for the vase. Well, let's do 215. Okay. Select all. Yes. Looks okay. That should give us the 3, then the 5. There should be, oh yeah, I gotta change the number of layers. Layers to be 6. Select all, continuous. Why am I still getting infill? Layer. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I told it perimeters. I'm an idiot. 6. I need a what? 6, 3. There we go. So for my standard vase, I use 6 bottom layers. I do 3 perimeters, and then I do 5 perimeters to make 6 bottom layers. The purpose of that is to make sure that I have a clean perimeter overlap on top of my infill. That's how you get a watertight vase. And then, this is the way. So the result is you get this. Normally I do it 3 times. I usually do 3, 6, and 3. But I'm going to try just doing 2 swaps and see if that works. So the first 3 layers are 3 perimeters. And the next 3 layers are 5 perimeters. So you see this little gap here? So you see these little gaps right here? Well, those little gaps get covered up by the 5 perimeters in this process. By switching a number of perimeters and direction of infill, you increase the odds of getting a watertight vase. And then when I switch to vase mode here, I increase the extrusion multiplier to 1.5. So I'm effectively extruding a 0.6 extrusion from the 0.4 nozzle. The result is you get a strong vase that's also watertight. And watertight is good. I think we're going to shrink this down a little bit. Let's make it 100 millimeters tall. That should increase the speed to like an hour and a half, maybe. An hour and 53, good enough. I can always jack up the speed to see how it behaves. So we're going to call that a rose vase. You also wanted me to check the other G codes for you. Hang on. We did check the first 2 G codes, and they worked fine. But I did not check the XYZ. All 3 of my G codes work okay. So all 3 G codes that came on my SD card appear to be intact. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't check this. Yep, that works fine. That's that little test print thing, which is not supposed to have support, by the way. And the Kywoo, which I think is a little robot. Yeah, a little robot. That should also not be printed in that orientation. That should be printed vertically, and that should print fine vertically, except you might have a little problem with these corners. Yeah, that the whole point of that print is to not be. Under the ears would probably print okay. At this scale, that would probably print okay, I think. You'd have a little droop, but I think it would work. You'd be surprised what you can get away with. That's not going to work, though. That's a dead overhang if you were to print this on its feet. So, yeah, that would fail. Exactly, yep. That logo right there, that would totally fail. This might work. You'd have a little bit of a couple layers that are goofed up. You just snip them off. But that would completely fail. Yeah, so I guess you got to print it this way. They put their logo in it. They got their logo in the bottom, Kywoo 3D. Oh, really? Like it'll add a little angle there? Now, that's a pretty cool feature. I might have to try that. So, let's get printing. There's no instructions for the most part, so we're just gonna go for it. Okay. So, I gotta bring this closer so I can see it. Let me get you guys in here so you can see it. Okay. So, tools. Auto level. Pretty quiet. Why is it going up? Oh. Yeah, the color screen is very nice. They chose a high contrast UI, which is good. I wonder if I'm going to have problems with that coupler being stretched. probably to know where the upper limit is. It's always good to have an end top switch as a backup. I'm not a fan of how low that BL Touch is hanging. In the retracted position, it's almost even with the nozzle, which means that BL Touch probe can snag onto prints that are warping. Not a fan of that. You can see what I mean here. See how the probe is even with the nozzle? Watch when it retracts. See how it's even with the nozzle? Well, theoretically, there shouldn't be a need for one. It should be hard-coded. But I am not a fan of how even that probe is, because if your print starts to warp, it could snag onto that probe. So there might not be an offset, because it looks like they have it pretty zeroed out. You don't need it to warp that much, especially with a crap cooling fan. You don't. If there's no offset option, you don't change the nozzle, or you'd have to program your own offset. I want to get into. I like Among Us, but I don't like it when I don't have voice. And I don't know how to get into games with voice. They need to build the voice into the game, because the voice is what makes it so much fun, in my opinion. Well, how about this dead guy? He got screwed. Nope. That's the kitchen back there. And that's my resin cart. So I have extra freezer and cooler. That's a freezer. That's a freezer. And I got 2 more freezers in the back. Yeah, the chaos is all the fun. Let's see. Let's preheat. Looks like there's no way to adjust it. So preheat to 220. Heat the bed to 60. Mark, there's not much of a price difference. You're looking at $250 for a mono screen and $200 for an RGB screen. You buy the mono screen. That's not even a decision to make. The LCD screens on the RGB ones, you have to replace those screens every 300 to 500 hours. So every 3 or 4 months, you're going to be replacing a $30 to $40 screen. With the mono screen, not only is it faster, which is going to extend the life of the printer because you're using less screen time per layer, but they last 1,500 to 2,000 hours, meaning basically life of the machine. So the life of your RGB screen, you're going to replace that screen 3 to 5 times. While with the mono screen, you should theoretically never have to replace it. Oh, that's weird. I'll wait for the Creality to become available. That's pretty cheap. Also, the Sonic Frozen Mini should be pretty affordable too. you could buy it direct for 200 bucks, which should be like, well, probably right around 200 pounds. Bed is 37. Nozzle is 207, so nozzle has basically reached temperature already. And bed is at 38 and climbing. Let's load the filament. It is so hard to get a fine adjustment on this goddamn spool holder. There we go. Where is the end of the spool? There it is. Anybody who has trouble with doing the filament in the printer, so always make sure you snip your end at an angle, okay? And then straighten out the last inch or so of filament. You don't want that curve. Yeah, the Sonic Mini is pretty nice. It still is, but that's from the US. He's in the UK. So the prices will be different. This is 24 volt. The speed that it heated up, it's 24 volt. So there you go. You want that nice and straight. And their filament runout is not lined up with the Oh, I like the wheel. Oh, that wheel works well. Oh, that's one of the easiest inserting hot ends I've used in a while. Nice job there, guys. You got that part right. Okay. So we are basically heated up. Printing. I hate this interface here. You have these stupid, worthless icons consuming 70% of the whole damn screen. It's literally worthless. Get rid of the goddamn icons and just have thick lines for the names. This is the MKS Nano Robin or whatever it is board that's in here. I hate that. I hate this aspect of the UI. It's so useless to have these icons. You get like none of the goddamn file names. It's like pain in the ass. And why can't... Oh, why am I off? Nope. Where's my nips? Where the hell did my nippers go? There they are. Can I baby step? Because I need to baby step. Yes, there's baby stepping. Yeah, these are great. Yeah, I needed the baby step, and there is a baby stepping option on the screen here. I don't know if that's going to stick or not because of the bad first layer. We'll see. It does look like a pretty nice machine. I mean, it's got a couple of little flaws, but overall, the execution's pretty nice. No, you don't, 3D printing professor. You go to options and you pick baby step. And now you can adjust your baby stepping. And that should be remembered. I do like the look. You got your two handles. You got that nice finished case. I mean, I do like that. It looks like it. I didn't check the other menus, but it is in the print menu. And if it's implemented correctly, that should remember it. It kind of is orange. This looks a little yellow. Actually, that's pretty close. This is orange to me in real life. It looks a little more yellow on the video. But and on the website it looks yellow, but in real life that looks orange. It's very quiet. I hear the power supply fan, which I can replace. Yeah, the direct drive extruder is fantastic. That's one of the nicest direct drive implementations I've seen in a while. I mean, that filament, except that this is not aligned with this. This needs to be shifted about a 0.5 millimeter that way. It's definitely using quiet steppers, the step drivers. Actually, the the BL Touch is probably enough off to not be able to worry about warping. It looks like it might be enough to be okay. I do very much like this. This worked very well. Yes, that's the printer I was thinking about. The Yak. It's a smaller Yak. Well, this is a better quality Yak. The Yak was not. The Yak was a cool printer that you wanted to like, but the quality control was just not there. It was just not a high quality machine. This is a much better implementation. Should be under 400 according to 3DPP. So probably $399. Although I think this would be better at, well, I want to say this would be better at $299, but it's got a linear rail and it's got a BL Touch and it's got a color touchscreen. But if they can get this down to 300, it would be pretty good. This would be a nice portable machine because it's so freaking rigid. You have your cube frame here, and then you have this sideways 2040 frame here, and it's bolted at 4 points to the cube frame. This is an extremely rigid machine. Yeah, you got T3DP, you got 3DPP, you got 3DPV, you got 3DPN. We got a lot of 3DPs. Let me bring this in closer so you guys can see what it's doing. That's all my review crap. I just did a whole bunch of reviews yesterday. That's all got to get broken down and sent to recycling. It's going to be on Kickstarter on the 21st. Under 400 means $399 or $389, which is not a bad price for what you're getting, but not a great price compared to what's available. I mean, you're basically getting what is essentially an Ender 3, but this has a lot on it that's better than an Ender 3 in some ways. You have this very nice direct drive extruder. You have the filament run out. You have the double cube structure. You have a linear rail. You have a BL Touch. I mean, this is not a bad machine. Would you focus already? There we go. Are you gonna jump up there, kitty? He sees stuff in the window. I gotta put a little ledge on that window there so he can get up in that window. Put like a little bed right there so he has something to jump up on. But I don't mind paying more money if I'm getting more machine. I mean, look at all this metal you're getting. This is a cube frame structure. So there's a bar here and a bar here, and it's a one big cube. And then this here forms a cube. It's 2040s vertically. And it's bolted to the cube frame at 4 points. This is a stupidly, ridiculously rigid printer. This printer is as rigid as the Ender 5 without being anywhere near as big as the Ender 5. The Artist D is $600. That's not really a fair comparison. Their under 400 is probably a retail price, while the Artist D is a special price. So the Artist D is going to be $600. But yes, as far as Kickstarter goes, the Artist D is a better deal. And if you want 2 Artist Ds, it's $700. That's $350 each for a CR10 size IDEX printer. If I had $700, I'd buy 2 of them. Because I would love to have 3 of those Artist Ds sit next to each other. You could crank out a lot of parts with that. And it should also be very easy to build an enclosure for this. In fact, I'm going to suggest to them they maybe design with that intent. Actually, they can. It's already there. They could make 2 boxes that go on the front and back of this to make this an enclosed printer. Well, that's something they got to fix. The user manual is utterly worthless. I mean, like, literally, it's worthless. Don't even read it. Look at the cute picture on the front, and that's about it that's worth it in that manual. And, they need to learn a little bit about packaging these printers, because here's what happens when you don't. Your couplers get stretched, both of them. That one a little less so. That one I actually had to compress it back down again because it was stretched even more than that. Excellent UI, but that's a standard UI that comes with any of these maker base boards. I'd like to see good color scheme, by the way, but I'd like to see yes, dual Z. Yeah, the Z stepper here, Z stepper here. They did customize it, but all they customized was the colors. The actual physical UI is pretty standard. They did customize the colors, and they chose excellent colors. I do like the colors they chose. It's very easy to read, and it matches the theme of the printer. So that they did a good job on. Pretty much all of them. Anything with a maker base board in it is going to use the same. This is a standard UI. This is a maker base board inside this printer. It's a Robin Nano, whatever the heck it is. It's a maker base board inside this printer, and that maker base board comes with that UI. I don't know, but I've already told Creality I will find my way to China and eat them one by one if I don't get one. I was like, I'll somehow figure out how to get my way to China, and you'll have a new plague on your hands. That plague will be called Chris Taylor, and that Chris Taylor plague will eat Creality employees one by one. I don't know. It is Arge. This is Arge. It looks a little yellow on the video, but that's orange. Yeah, I think the only fan I need to replace is the power supply fan. Yes, the Artist D is another Kickstarter. Yeah, you can't go wrong with orange. So what do I think so far? This needs to be adjusted. Although it's not too hard to do. Take the bottom screw out and this will swivel and that'll allow you to plug it in. Because otherwise it's really hard to plug in. I do like that it's all fixed. As long as they do their quality control correctly, having everything fixed makes it easier to adjust. Cute. The packaging needs to be handled a little better so they don't stretch their couplers. This needs to be shifted left about 1/2 to 1 millimeter because it does not line up correctly with the feeder unit going into the extruder. Spool holder, I don't like it. It would be better if the platform for the spool to ride on was a bit wider and this had walls to make sure this can't fall over. If they did that, this would be okay. Let's see, power supply needs to be shielded. I could reach in here and touch mains power. That's dangerous because someone's going to do that. So I'd like to see a shield around the connections on that power supply in there. I'd also like to see a plate on the bottom of the printer so people can't stick anything in the bottom because you have access to IEC connection on the back there. Well, for me, 3D printing professor, it does not matter if there are better printers available. I don't give recommendations to buy for the most part. The only two printers I've ever given a solid recommendation to buy is the Ender 5 and the Ender 2. I do what I call is a safe to buy or not safe to buy. Not safe to buy means the printer is massively overpriced or massively inadequate for its intended function, or it has enough flaws that a person is going to have major issues. A safe to buy means the printer will do what it's advertised to do within reason. The user has a minimum of stuff they need to correct that a reasonable average person who watches somebody on YouTube can figure out how to make it work. Well, scrap would simply be don't buy. So my initial impressions is that this is a safe to buy. It took very little to set it up. I had to correct very little to make it work. It is working reasonably well. Nothing was difficult to figure out. And it's doing what it's supposed to do. So far, this printer gets a safe to buy. Now, this printer comes with a extra proviso because it's a Kickstarter printer. Now, this is clearly a manufactured machine that they're already making. I mean, the box is printed. It's got their logo on it. So this is not a prototype, so to speak. I suspect this is more like Creality and JG Maker, where they're just using Kickstarter as a platform to get going or to help fund a printer. So I suspect this is Kickstarter safe, but all Kickstarters come with that standard warning. You could pay your money, they could ship nothing, and you have no recourse. So there is always that risk with Kickstarter, but I suspect that's not going to be a problem with this one. My gut tells me that if they get funded properly, this will ship. But again, that's risky. Okay, you're always taking a risk using Kickstarter, so always be aware of that. You are not buying a printer. You are venture capitalist funding. You are angel funding a company. And that can fail, and you have no recourse if it does. But overall, I like what I see. I see a metal feeder unit in here. So the extruder is all metal. Okay, it's direct drive. I was able to turn this and feed the filament in without a problem. That was one of the cleanest insertions I've done in a while. I love the Lulzbot Yak double cube, solid structure. I like the BL Touch. I like the linear rail. I like the touchscreen. I mean, I like the relatively quiet fans, except for the power supply, which I'm going to replace. I think that's actually a Meanwhile power supply, and they are known to come with noisy fans, so I'll be replacing that fan. In general, it's a nice machine. I would say it's safe. No, I didn't watch Verf. And he's looking pretty good. Yeah, he's looking pretty darn nice. Because, you know, to properly review this printer, okay? If you want a proper review of this printer, come back in March. Because I need to use this printer for 6 months. It's just that simple. A proper review, I need 4 to 6 months using a printer. I got to put 1,000 hours on the printer. And then I can give you a proper review. That's not possible with 3D printing. You can't do it. You could do that with a Prusa. Because Prusa have a long enough upgrade regiment that you could do that. But with everything else, you can't really do that. I just never got a chance to go look. I'll probably play it back at some point. So, printers are very difficult to review unless it's a very special case. Like, Creality printers I can kind of review because they're all the same. You know, the core components of the printer are all the same. You know, the hot end on the Ender 2 is the same as on the Ender 3, is the same as on the Ender 4, is the same as on the Ender 5, is the same as on the CR10, is the same as on the CR10S, and the S4, and the S5, and matter of fact, the only one that has a different hot end is the CR10 Pro, the CR10 V2, the CRX has a different hot end, and the CR6 SE has a different hot end. Otherwise, they all have the same hot end. So I can kind of review that. But a printer like this, where everything is novel, I gotta put 1,000 hours on it to review it. So what I do is I point out the problems, I point out the good things, the bad things, and I just give it a safe or not safe to buy. Oh my god, I logged into a Among Us stream. I just came in at the end of it. You're going to see a clip of it in one of my Life of Nerese videos. Matter of fact, let me show you. It was so crazy. Like, it was literally nuts. I couldn't believe it. Let's see. Oh, I can't show you because it's on an external hard drive, and I'm using all 6 USB ports. The chat, the live stream chat, was scrolling like this. That fast. Not an exaggeration. Okay? Whoever is running that chat is not replying to that chat. Because by the time you replied to a comment, you're 200 comments later. He had 52,000 people in his live stream. I haven't even had a video reach 52,000 views. It's like, what the hell? 52,000 people in a live stream. My God, that's ridiculous. I've never seen a live stream that big. Never. He made more money in the 90 seconds after he closed the stream than I do in a whole video. Like, he said goodbye, the stream ended. You know how the chat keeps going for about another 90, 120 seconds? He had like another $150 come in during that 120 second window. Holy shit! I guess that's what happens when you have 52,000 people watching. That is just mind-blowing. Seriously? You had none of the potting soil. The whole reason I placed the order was the potting soil, and you have none. You suck, Walmart. It is a spiffy looking printer. It's a nice, clean looking machine. And I like a clean looking machine. Let me give you an overview. There's the whole thing. $52,000 live people. Incredible. Wow. And just think, YouTube is taking 30% of all of that. Incredible, the greed. Oh, this printer has that issue where it's backwards. So I have to reverse the y-axis in the slicer, because that's the back of his head instead of the front. See you there, John. So in the slicer, we're going to want to flip the y-axis. I don't care how expensive your infrastructure is. 30% of donations is greed. Period. They're already taking 45% of ad revenue, and now they're also taking 30% of the donations? I'm sorry, that's greed. And stay away from TikTok, they take 70%. Really? Oh. My record's almost 300. Let's see here. So let's turn off this. And we want to go to G code, and we want to untick flip Y. That's all right. Just keep working at it. It takes time. I've been doing Life of Nerys for a year now, and I still can't monetize. I'm still 230 subscribers away from monetization. I have the view time, but I don't have the subscriber base yet. See you later, Shadow of Machines. Posting video is not expensive, 3D Printing Professor. I don't care who you talk to. Posting video is not expensive. The only reason it's expensive for YouTube is because of the sheer quantity of video they have. which is why they have conditions for monetization. They need to be able to make back their money. Yeah, you need 1,000 subscribers. I mean, I could easily host my own video content on my own website. I don't go to YouTube for their bandwidth. I don't go to YouTube for their hard drive space to host my videos. That's all cheap. I go to YouTube for access to the user base. That's the only reason to use YouTube. It's also not expensive to store video. Storage is dirt cheap. Especially if that content is actually being actively watched, it's always paying for itself. Now, if you have a lot of stagnant content, yes, that can be expensive. But in general, hardware costs are not that much. Exactly. You go to YouTube for access to the user base, the audience. When you participate in a stream with other people, see if they're willing to let you simulcast the stream, even if you have to do it from your own computer. You know, using OBS to simulcast the stream to your own channel. This way it helps your channel as well. Just be sure to retro link back to the other channel. You know, when YouTube talks about how much money they spend on infrastructure, that seems like a lot to you and me. But if you actually divide that by the number of videos per minute, it's nothing. Well, actually, you do get to say. The problem with YouTube is that there's no competition, and there's no practical way to form competition that YouTube can't crush. YouTube is effectively a monopoly, and that means they should be regulated to some small extent. Because normally, you vote with your wallet. If you don't like the rules, you ask them to change the rules. If they say no, you go and start something else with different rules. And if your way is better, you win. If your way is not better, you lose. The problem is that doesn't work anymore when you have a monopoly, because they can crush you even if your way is better. So it gets a little tricky. Yeah, just like I did with 3DP and P. No. Cell phone carrier is a completely different animal. Totally different animal. Because cell phone bandwidth has a hard limit. Because you can only put up a certain number of towers, and each of those towers has specific, not cheap costs. No, YouTube is a monopoly. There is no question whatsoever YouTube is a monopoly. If you think YouTube is not a monopoly, you don't understand what the word monopoly means. That's like saying Walmart is technically not a monopoly because there's still some Kmarts out there. Well, Walmart technically isn't a monopoly. They do have competition with Target. But that's like saying Amazon is technically not a monopoly because there's JetBlue. No, a monopoly is when you control the market. Not when you're not. A monopoly is not when you're the only participant in a market. A monopoly is when you control that market, where your share of control is so great that you can decide how that market works, where you own control of it. And YouTube, without question, by any definition in the world, owns control of the video market online. There's no question about that whatsoever. That's a monopoly. No, they're not the best. They're the only. They're the only. So you have nothing else to compare it to. So if you look here, monopoly is the exclusive possession or control of the supply of or trade in a commodity or service. Now, if anybody questions that YouTube is not in control, total control of the trade in video online services, I don't know how to help you. Steam is for video games. Oh, Steam. Steam is a it's kind of like a yes, they do. They have exclusive control. They absolutely have exclusive control of the internet video market. Vimeo is irrelevant. It's so irrelevant that most people basically they kind of vaguely know what the name means, and that's about it. Go out on the street and ask 10 people what Vimeo is. You'll answer your own question. Now, technically, by definitions, good luck, be careful. Technically, by definition, they're an oligarchy. Because there are other participants. Oh, I'm no socialist. I'm definitely constitutionalist. That is a really clean Marvin. A little meltiness right here. A tiny bit. How's his butt? Well, his butt's not bad. That's usually where these will fail. Google's probably at the point where they make their own hardware. That's actually a really clean Marvin. I'm going to have to get you some close-up pictures of this. That's a real... And I didn't even align the Z-seam. Wow. Well, they're completely different markets, so they don't cross over. You know, Pornhub does not really cross over with YouTube. Let's get the vase printing. That's actually an excellent print. And I mean a really excellent print. The only bad thing is I did it in white, so it's really hard to see. That is a really clean print. And the keychain is strong. Very little droop on the earlobes. Very little crotch droop. You have your typical eyebrow droop here. That's actually pretty typical on a Marvin. What's interesting is it's pretty clean over here. Pretty droopy over here. That's a little odd. Especially since that's facing the cooling fan. Very little zitting. You can just barely see it. See that little bit of zitting right there? Just a teeny tiny bit of zitting right there. Crotch droop, not too bad. That little tiny bit right there. See that little thing sticking out right there? That always happens because that's technically an island. So you're always going to have that no matter what. Unless you get lucky, the layer height lines up so it doesn't have that. There we go. Got rid of it. The feet is because the baby stepping wasn't set right. So let's see if I get proper proper Z height this time. I'm going to get it ready. It does like to ooze. Yeah, I accidentally have my first layer speed too high. That's my fault. I have it at 50% instead of what it should be. No, we need a little more drop. There we go. Now we're getting there. That's not bad. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I might change color for the next print. Although this will take us... Now, we might have time. We could do another color Marvin. Hey, Copper Dolphin. Hi, kitty. I think you mean nose cones? No, I use completely different settings for the nose cones. Because the nose cones are hollow. Oh, that's not good. Ew. That got screwed up. Let's restart that. I think I'm a little too low. And too fast. Actually, let me reslice that quickly. Because that is way too fast for first layer. I did correct that, so I want to reslice that. Nope, something's wrong. Oh, I didn't change this. There we go. That looks good. Okay. How dare you close the bathroom door while the cat's outside? I mean, outside the bathroom. So he was inside the bathroom? Well, then he was outside, Michelle. He's either inside. He's either inside or he's outside. He was out there with you. That's outside. That's outside. It's not inside. Because then he'd be in the bathroom with you. The nose cones you got to be careful with. It depends on the nose cone, and it depends on whether the nose cone is rounded top or comes to a point. If the nose cone comes to a point, you can do vase mode. But if the nose cone comes to a rounded top, like a SpaceX nose cone, then at some point you have to switch to regular mode away from vase mode because vase mode can't complete spheres. A point should be vase mode compatible. Now, depending on how pointy, you got to watch your cooling as you get to the top, because otherwise you get that on the top where it's too hot. It's different for every piece. You have to play around in the slicer settings until you get it. You got to see where the failures are, layer height changes, etc. And you got to toy around with that until you get the right settings for whatever part you're printing. The particular part you're printing might not be vase compatible. Why is the bed at 0? That's not going to work. I don't know why the bed wasn't heating up. I must have something bad in my slicer code. That probably not going to stick at 45 Celsius. Oh, it's sticking. That might be okay. I'd be surprised if it sticks at such a low temperature. But the skirt might give it time to get up there in temperature. I've never messed with Prusa stuff simply because he's not going to send it to me for free and I can't afford to buy it. My nose cones are partial vase mode and partial regular mode. So I use both modes when I make my nose cones. But again, I designed that nose cone to be vase printable. Much better. I had my first layer speed at 50% instead of 20%, and 50% is just too fast. Yeah, that first layer just needs to slow it down. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi, baby. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Yeah. You want your little butt rubbed? Huh? You want a little butt rub? You like that? Yeah? You weirdo. He did a 20-foot print? No, I did not. Send me a link to that. He probably wants more food. He's not getting it. Yeah, you still got a couple hours before I give you a little bit of dry food. 20-foot print. That's amazing. I want a belt printer so bad. Stop it with the claws. You're getting clipped tonight. This damn cat knows when his claws hurts. He knows it because he claws my leg more when his claws are sharp. And when I clip his claws, he doesn't bother messing with my leg for a couple days. So he knows when he hurts and he does it on purpose. Little spiteful bastard. He's like, I know how to get your attention. But I love my cats. They are so cute and relatively low maintenance. You want to go play? I do have stickers somewhere. Where did I put those stickers that KKP3D sent me? I'll have to find them. I have them down here somewhere. But I'll have to stick a sticker right there. Now you see it's doing 5 perimeters and the infill. This way, the infill perimeter border of the first layers is overlapped by the perimeters of the second layers, 3, 4, and 5, or 4, 5, and 6. That's how you increase the chance of getting a waterproof print. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah? Can you guys see him up there? 123 feet. Yeah, they got the money to show off. You use variable settings to change your perimeter and infill overlap for the first 6 layers, and then you over extrude the vase mode part. If you do that, you increase the odds of getting a airtight, watertight print. Of course, assuming that print is capable of being watertight to begin with. Hi, baby. You want to get in your bed? Want me to get him out? Yeah, I'll get him out for you. Come here. Yeah, you know what's coming, too. He's such a good boy. Yeah. We can go a lot faster than that. Go speed. And that's 200%. So while that's going, let me show you guys the settings to waterproof again. Monitor. So I have 3 processes here. You see that? So I have 3 processes there. And the first process, I tell it I do my normal settings. So 0.4, 0.9, 0.4, 1.5 retraction, all my standard settings. And then I do 3, 6, and 3. So 3 top layers, 6 bottom layers, 3 outline perimeters. And I tell it to go to 0.6. That's 3 layers. Then on my second set, I do the same thing, 3 and 6, but I do 5 perimeters. Now, normally I do a double switch. I do 2 layers each, and I go 3 perimeters, 5 perimeters, 4 perimeters. This way they're all different. The idea is to cover up any imperfections with the least likely to be imperfect of the following layers. And then the third layer, I switch to a 1.5 extrusion multiplier, which seals the bottom and gives me a nice rigid wall, and I switch to vase mode. The result of that in the slice is this. So you start out, see how you have these little gaps here? This is where your prints turn out not to be waterproof. You're always going to have these little gaps, and there's nothing you can do about them. Now, overlap can take care of some of them, but it doesn't get rid of all of them. Okay, so you get your first 3 layers. This takes care of some of it. So you see how these edges here covered up the gaps of the previous layer, but you still have little gaps here. See there? You still have those little gaps, and you're always going to have those little gaps. So that's why when I get to my 4th layer, look here, I got 3 perimeters and my infill. Then I switch over to 5 perimeters. Now, perimeters are pretty airtight. And so these perimeters here, these 3 here, are covering up the interface between these perimeters and this infill. So I do 3 by 3 by 3, then I do 3 by 3 by 5 for 3 layers, and then I switch to vase mode. And then for vase mode, I over extrude to 1.5. Sometimes go even higher. That results in this bond here being very good, and also the walls being nice and thick, so they're less likely to crack, and cracks, of course, will destroy your air watertight. That's how I get watertight vases. You do that, you'll almost always be watertight. Yeah, pretty much the only fan I hear is the power supply fan. I'll replace that fan. Meanwells are known to come with pretty noisy fans. I think it has a Meanwell power supply. I thought I remembered reading that it has a Meanwell power supply. No, I have not. But that's the question I have. The stuff floating in the resin settles out, but does the stuff dissolved in the resin settle out? Nothing much on food deals. Did I get any bargains lately? Ground beef was $8.85 for a 5-pound pack. So that's $1.77 a pound. So I bought 30 pounds and I divvied and froze that stuff up. Nothing else particularly good. I don't know. I honestly don't know how to test it. I have a feeling the only proper way is going to be to distill it, and that's a pretty involved process. So what's the consensus on the sound in this video? Is it superior to what's been previously in my videos? So is the sound good? Yeah, the Marvin turned out fantastic. It could use slightly better cooling, but that's a common area for it to have an issue. But there's no droopy butt, no droopy crotch, no droopy ears. Overall, it's a pretty damn nice Marvin. Good. So this microphone is good. Let's see if I can get you guys a link for that. There it is. Yeah, it's pretty damn cheap. 27 bucks. Mine hasn't been droopy yet, although I do notice that the bottom layers of this vase aren't quite as neat as I would like them. But that might be because of my over extrusion. We'll have to check in a minute. But the Marvin is excellent. Let me take some pictures and give you guys some close-ups on the screen here. Mm. Let me get these uploaded. Let's see, share, Google Drive. Oh, I haven't tried that. The M600 command or whatever that is for a pause. But then again, this extruder works so well that changing film would be pretty easy. They just have to align the filament sensor. It's not quite aligned right. Actually, I am seeing a little bit of layering consistency. I'm gonna have to look into that. That Marvin is not quite as good as I'd hoped. Could be the filament. Although, you know what it probably is? I bet you it's the model wiggling around on the print bed because the bottom layers were so bad. I bet you that's exactly what that is. The second one will probably be significantly better. So here's the Marvin. You can see how look at the edge right here. You see how the layers are a little inconsistent there. You see here it's good. Here it's a little inconsistent, little inconsistent. You can see it's a little bit droop here. You see the reflection here. Actually, that spot right there is a really good one for seeing the inconsistency. Now, you notice the bottom layers are real bad. That's because the baby stepping was off. I bet you that is why it was doing that. I bet you that this model was actually, I'm going to exaggerate the motion. I bet you this model was wiggling as it was printing because it wasn't properly attached to the bed. You all right, baby? Huh? What do you see? Huh? You okay? See how it's not quite consistent? It got smooth here. So I bet you this was wiggling around on the bed. Because that looks pretty good right there. That looks good. This looks fine. The little clip was good. Yeah, I bet you the second one will look a lot better. This one you can really see it. See how it out, in, out, in, out, in for the leg here. But then this one, not so much. So I bet you one of these feet wasn't attached well. So this model was bobbling back and forth on the bed. I bet you that's exactly why I was doing that. So, not a very representative print. We'll have to wait to see what this looks like. And then we're going to change color. Do I have anything handy right here I could swap out? It's not filament. Ah, there's some. Oh, that'll work good. Yeah, that'll work really well. Hey, Caliber Manx. I don't know, the guy in drag who looked homeless. We had some weirdos walk in there. This one guy, he had to be 70, 75 years old, and he would come in with these little tiny girly tops and lace stockings. It's his thing. What do I care? If it makes the person happy, good for them. As long as they're not hurting nobody, none of my business. I never understood why people care about stuff like that. They're not hurting you. They're not hurting anybody else. Why do you care so much? Sometimes I have to believe the people who are most vocal about that kind of stuff have a secret desire to do that kind of stuff, and they feel ashamed about it, and so they lash out at the people who are doing it. I have to believe that's the case. I think it's shame. I think it's internal self-shame. I think, like, for example, I think people who are homophobic are secretly curious about being gay. Otherwise, why would they be so offended by it? Unless they were, curious about being gay themselves and they were repulsed by their own internal desires that they couldn't, wrap their brain around. And so they take it out on the people around them. Because, I'm secure in my manhood. So if you want to be gay, be gay. It doesn't matter to me. Like, literally, it has zero effect on me whatsoever. None. Still is. I had that guy at the Walmart, challenge me to get out of my car. And when I got out of my car, I was like, now what? And he didn't know what to say. I had a pink shirt on, so he called me a faggot. So I decided to destroy him in the parking lot right there in front of 30 other people. And I says, you want to suck my you-know-what? And I said it loud. I was like, you want me to drop my pants right here? Why would you want to do that? And the look on his face. Oh my God, the look on his face. I guess we can get away with a couple of curse words, but my favorite thing in the world is skull fucking. If you can properly skull fuck somebody, it's just, there's no coming back from that. You've lost. That's why I like Among Us so much when they do the voice, because it's just the skull fuckery that goes on, the gaslighting and the brainwashing that goes on in Among Us is just epic. Some of these people are such good social engineers. It's crazy. It's like, how can you vote that way? But he convinces them. It's so good. I must have watched 50 hours of that crap over the last 2 weeks. It's just so good. It's like I tell people, you play mental gymnastics with me, you better have your A game ready because otherwise I'm going to destroy you. I know. No, there's no voice in the PC version either. I found out they're using Discord. So all those Voice Among Us games you're seeing, they have their own Discord server they're running where they're talking through Discord, and the muting is voluntary. They're doing that properly. Yeah, I know. It usually takes 3 generations to effect a proper change. But it's just so stupid. It's just, what are you gonna do? Some people are just made to be meals, and some people are made to be the patron. Patrons and meals. We are playing with a new printer coming out on Kickstarter. This is a printer called the Typhoon from a company called Kywoo 3D. You notice this has a very Lulzbot-like esque look to it. It's a very solid structure. Silicon dioxide bed. BL Touch for auto bed leveling, which seems to work okay. You do need to baby step a little bit. And a linear rail and linear guide rails. So your base is using linear guide rails. Your x-axis is using, or your y-axis is using linear guide rails, and your x-axis is using a linear rail. So not a bad machine. And so far, this print is looking pretty clean. 240 cubed. So 240, 240, 240, about the same as an Ender 3. A little bit wider, a little bit shorter. I like the good solid construction. It's a very, very rigid structure. Consider looking into this. That is the JG Maker Artist D. It is a 310 by 310 by 350 build volume, and it's an IDEX dual head printer, which is awesome. I think he meant 300 build volume, not 300 price. Yeah, the $700 for the pair of them, not bad. That's a good deal. Yeah, I assume Richard meant 300 millimeters, not $300, meaning he wants bigger build volume. Yeah, that Artist D, I'm having a lot of fun with that. I really want them to make me some 1mm nozzles. I really badly want some 1mm nozzles for that thing. Who has too much time on their hands? Carl Bounds. Oh no! The recycling bale audits are coming to an end? Oh, that sucks. The housing does not block the view. You actually have a pretty good view of the nozzle right there. So the nozzle is clear of the housing. It's just hard to see because it's got a silicone sock on it. And it's direct drive, and this wheel is functional. That's how you load the filament. It works very well. I don't know. That just says they're ending it. Says they're going to pause it indefinitely. They say it's been a big success, but we're stopping it. So if it's a big success, why are you stopping it? Which sucks. I kind of got used to that, $6 every month, because it's usually one every 2 weeks. And I kind of got used to that. I believe the Prusa XL is going to be a 400 millimeter cubed Core XY, if I remember correctly. But that's going to be pretty expensive. It's probably going to be around $1,500. No, I have not. But being a direct drive, it should handle it. I'll have to try to find my roll of TPU and see if I can print something flexible for you guys. That question was from Caliber Manx, asking if I'd printed TPU with the JG Maker Artist D, the IDEX printer. This printer here should also be pretty good at TPU since it's direct drive. It all depends on if it has a constrained filament path. Nah, not worth it at 25 miles, not for $3. Mine's only 0.8 miles away. I could literally walk to it if I wanted to. That's okay. We're all about questions about everything. We are a very open stream format. So we talk about pretty much anything from porno shops to whatever 3D printer to birds to food deals to whatever. We do it all. Yes, especially to eating people, but only bad people. I'm a professional cannibal, not just some low-life cannibal. Remember, vote yum yum, ETP. Eat the politicians. All we got to do is trick Congress into legalizing political cannibalism. Damn right. If you're going to do it well. He absolutely loves this bed. But you can see when he gets agitated, he chews on it. When he can't get in it because Null's in it. And of course you don't want him doing that because it's an $80 piece of cardboard. So it's like, please don't chew on it. Well, only bad lawyers. Lawyers are a necessary evil. Well, technically it's difficult. You could argue that if you have permission, you can eat them while they're alive. But the moment they die, you have to stop eating them, or they get you with desecration of a corpse. Even with permission, that's a statutory offense. So they could still charge you with desecration of a corpse. So the moment the pulse ends, you've got to stop. Yeah, my resume. I ate 4 politicians last night. The hunt was fantastic. It would be interesting to try making one of those, to try laser cutting cardboard and making one. That would be interesting to try. I have a feeling it'd be a pain in the ass. You know, with the only being able to cut one piece at a time. I got that feeling it'd be a pain in the butt. I shouldn't know that, but I do. People say, what if they run? I was like, it's more fun when they run. And if they're fast, I have missiles. That's right. I get exercise. I get lean meat. It's all high carb, low or high protein, low carb. It's a keto diet, man. And the best is if we figure out how to do lizard DNA. I mean, think about it. If you get a particularly nasty person, you inject them with lizard DNA first, so you can chop their arm off and eat it in front of them and say, hey, watch this. And their arm grows back. And they have to sit there and watch it growing back, knowing I'm just going to chop it off again and eat it again. uh, just something I noticed this morning. This is getting into modern politics, but we're not going to discuss modern politics. It's just something I hadn't noticed before. People talk about how Trump is a bit of a moron when he talks on TV, and I agree. He's not exactly the brightest tool in the shed as a public speaker. He really should shut up and let other people speak for him. Well, for the first time, I heard Pelosi speak, and I realized that she's as much a moron as he is. I listened to her speak with that Wolf guy on CNN. She's a moron too. I was right. The whole damn government's full of morons. I was like, these people are running the country. I was like, just listen to these people, and they're running things. I want to eat these people. I really, really want to eat these people, but they have to be cooked well done because I don't want to catch anything from them. Oh my God. I just assumed she'd be more eloquent than he was. No, she's not. And the cognitive dissonance in her is just as strong as in the others. They're all idiots. And these people are in charge. Oh, we're so screwed. We are so screwed. Oh my God. Oh my God. After watching that, I just realized how screwed we are. It's just like, we're done. They're right. 200 years is about it. Here, let me switch to this real quick. No, that's not going to work. Yes, it will, actually. Sorry. There we go. I didn't want to have that on video, me doing that. You can have the audio, though. Would it actually be human meat, though? On a cellular level, is there any difference between human meat and beef and pork and whatnot? Is there any real difference? I mean, it's just muscle tissue, so lab-grown meat wouldn't be pig, it wouldn't be human, it wouldn't be cow, it would just be lab-grown meat. But yeah, that just that I'm blown away. I mean, I just hey Robbie Mac. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on what cells they use to do the replication. So if they're actually replicating cells, then it would be whatever critter it came from. So yeah, you're right. If it's lab grown using source cells, then the meat would be whatever the source of the cells was. See you later, Christopher. Ooh. Yeah, I couldn't buy a 21-pound brisket around here. That'd be like $150 or more. Yeah, that would be about $150 that would be 150 $160. Beef is real expensive around here. I mean, the cheapest beef around here is ground beef, and that's like $3 or $4 a pound. Every now and then you can get it for around 2. Yeah, see, not here. Not here. Wouldn't be 60 here. That's only $3 a pound. That's not a bad deal. Yeah, so that would be like 120, 150 here. For I don't know why, but for some reason, beef is very, very expensive here. Like just regular steaks are like $10, $12 a pound. It's like when you see $7 a pound, that's on sale. Brisket's good if it's done right. If it's slow cooked and smoked, oh, Jesus. Yeah, a ribeye here is about $12 a pound. I'm not kidding. It's ridiculous. It's it literally is almost cheaper for us to go to Texas Roadhouse and get a big steak than it is to get steak here. Every now and then you get an okay deal for here. Every now and then, they'll have a BOGO, so it's $10 a pound, but you get 2, so it's $5 a pound. Yeah, I love Texas Roadhouse. See, that's the problem. No Aldi here. Ooh, nice. Yeah, steak is so much better thick. Now, if you're chopping it up to put it in something, thin is good because it cooks fast. But otherwise, thick is good. I got to do the math on it. It's probably not worth it, but I got to see if I can maybe get my buddy to go to the local meat shop around him, buy a cooler full of steak. See you later, Colin. And then put some dry ice in the cooler and ship it to me. See if that's worth it. But I have a feeling it's going to come out to about the same price by the time you add shipping, because shipping is very expensive. Boy, I made a pretty beefy dinner last night. We had I made a big salad, which is something we splurge on now and then because it's so delicious. Butter lettuce, mushrooms, Roma tomatoes, cucumbers, bacon bits, cheese, and we made I made the grape chili meatballs with some rice and some broccoli and cauliflower, and I had so much salad I couldn't eat any of the dinner, like none of it. I just put it all in the fridge. I'm gonna eat that for lunch today. I filled up on salad last night. But it was so good. You've never seen a Wawa, huh? Yeah, it's the Northeast in Florida. I miss Wawa so much. God, I miss Wawa. I want a turkey gobbler so bad. Oh. Nah, Georgia's not going to have any. Let's see. Wawa map. Map of Wawa. Yeah, Northeast and Florida. That's it. So if you look here, there's the Wawas. So basically, these 3 states here. So you got Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, West Virginia, or Virginia, I think. Yeah, Virginia. Because this is Virginia and this is West Virginia. No, West Virginia, Virginia. So parts of Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Florida. That's it. That's the only place you get Wawa. As soon as you go below Virginia, no more Wawa until Florida. When I travel across 80, when I used to live in Pennsylvania, there's that last Wawa right there near Allentown before you went west, and that was it. No more Wawa. Look for a farm basket. I have not seen anything near here even remotely similar to Wawa. Not even close. I've seen plenty of 7-Eleven analogs, but no Wawa analogs. Farm basket. Nope. There's a place called Hickory Farms, but nothing called Farm Basket. Okay, so there's a Farm Basket there. And that is, it looks like Arizona. Yeah, Arizona. So the nearest Farm Basket is in, no, not Arizona. Yeah, Las Vegas. Las Vegas, Nevada is the nearest Farm Basket. That looks kind of cool. So yeah, quite far away, as you can see. I'm in the middle of this dead zone area near Navajo Nation. So I'm here in Albuquerque, Edgewood. So the nearest city to me is actually the only city near me is Albuquerque. That's the only place, that's the only what I would call a city. I wouldn't even call Santa Fe a city. Santa Fe is surprisingly open. I actually did a whole bunch of census work there. I do want to go here. There looked like there's a whole bunch of interesting food places here on Canyon Road. It's a really cool, quaint little city kind of place, like a town, even though it's the capital of the state. So the only actual city that I'm aware of anywhere near me is Albuquerque. Everything else is little tiny towns. Literally, that's the only. The next nearest city is El Paso. All the way down here, you have El Paso. That's probably a legit city. Otherwise, that's it. The next nearest city would be Phoenix or Oklahoma City. So that's one of the reasons I chose to live here, is because I do have access to Albuquerque. But otherwise, there is nothing here. It is empty. I did not ask you to do that. You dirtbag. Do what I want. Yeah, so that's it. Albuquerque is the only city. Everything else is towns. I almost looked at a house here in Tucumcari. Here's another problem with Google. Actually, that's the house right there, I believe. Yeah, I think that's the house right there. Yeah, I think so. I was looking at that house right there. It's like 3,000 square feet. Oh. So I was looking at that house right there. I cannot remove this. I can't get rid of it. There's no way to get rid of it. It just won't go away. You go into your star list. I click remove and it does not remove. Google has this issue where you'll star something and it gets stuck and you can't remove it. And I was looking at this place here on Zuni Avenue, and I was like, that's pretty nice. Decent amount of land, decent looking house. The house needed a lot of work. It was like $35,000. And then I said, okay, where's Walmart? And I would say, do a search for Walmart, and the map would leave here, and it would jump down here to Clovis. And I'm like, what the hell? And I would scroll back to Tucumcari and I'd search for Walmart again. And it would jump over here to Clovis again. That's 85 miles. The nearest Walmart is 85 miles. Best I could determine, the only place in town... Oh, there was a Denny's. The only place in town was a Dollar General. It's like, I can't live there. I'm not rich enough to live that rural. I'm not rich enough to live in the middle of nowhere like that. Well, actually, they do have stuff. There's a Lowe's. There's the Dollar General. Lubin Tire. There's a Circle K. Golden Dragon. Gift shop. There's a little breakfast place there. There's a Tractor Supply. But that's it. There's no grocery stores. And without a grocery store, you're paying up the ass for groceries or you're driving a long way away. Yeah, you basically have Dollar General and Family Dollar. And that's it. But you have a Lowe's. Diners. But no grocery stores. So I can't afford to live there. It's too expensive. For someone like me, Horchata? What's horchata? Yep, same company. So at least here, I got a little bit here in Edgewood. I got a little bit here in Moriarty. And then if I really need more, I've got all this in Albuquerque. Oh, okay. They do have Comcast out there, so it would be gigabit. Probably because there's so many hotels there, so it's worth providing the internet infrastructure. It's probably the only reason they're there. Because that was a thing is I have to have, primary internet. Well, cities aren't overrated because they're nice to have. What's overrated is living in them. If they can get the bandwidth high enough. Right now, the bandwidth is pretty low. But if they can get the latency down and the bandwidth high enough, hell yeah. Yeah, you did. Actually, you did. You said living in cities. You soak white rice in water and then sweeten it with cinnamon and sugar. So you're making rice pudding? Oh God, St. Louis. I would not want to live there. I've heard horror stories of there. Heard crime is pretty bad. You know something? I've thought about the idea of having acreage, more than the 1.25 I have, and I realize I can't even fully utilize the 1.25 I have. What the hell would I do with more? Although I'm finding out that crime statistics are mostly overblown, that it's not nearly as bad as people think. Very cool. I think I would be happy with 2.5 acres. 2.5 acres would be nice. Just that little extra room, that little tiny bit. Wow, good for you. $78,000. Jeez. I'm hoping in a couple of years to maybe be able to sell this house after I've gotten everything all fixed up real nice. Maybe get 130, 140 for it, and then spend 50 to buy another fixer-upper, but a bigger fixer-upper on more land, and then instead of spending 2 or 3 years to fix it up, just take the money I made selling the first house and just pay a crew to fix it all at once. I mean, that'd be nice. Maybe, eventually. Because I would like a little bit more room. Right now, this is 16 by 76, I think. A little bit bigger than 16 by 76. Because it's 1,440 square feet. And, I wish I wish it was a little wider. 2,000 square feet would be nice. Nice. Wow. It sounds like 250 well spent. So far, the printer is working well. We're about to show a close-up of the vase. It's almost done. It's at 94%. And then we're going to do another Marvin with the proper baby steps this time in a colored filament so we can actually see it. But so far, it's working well. It's pretty quiet. The power supply is the noisiest fan, so I'm going to replace that fan. Otherwise, not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, Richard, that sounds like 250 well spent. Good for you. Police don't really have a whole lot to do with crime. Most people don't realize how truly ineffective police actually are. The crime solve rate for police is about 2%. Even if you don't count unreported crime, it's about 11%. So police don't really have an effect on crime. What has an effect on crime is poverty. When you have poverty, you will have crime. No discussion. So it literally is a money issue. But that's unrelated to what you were talking about, Caliber. Why is planet Earth currently experiencing the most prosperity and the lowest crime and the lowest violence in all of human history? Yes, contrary to what the news is telling you, right now is the safest time to be a human being ever in the history of the species. It's because of poverty. poverty is the lowest it's ever been in all of human history, even though it's still pretty bad. Exactly. Police are large. People say, well, let's see what you do when you need police. I was like, except for when I am legally required to or contractually required to. So, for example, if somebody breaks into my house, my insurance requires me to file a police report. Otherwise, why would I ever call the police? What can the police do for me? I mean, think about it. What can the police do besides show up after the fact and take a report that they're never going to do anything with? I'm not saying police are bad. Don't get me wrong. I have a pretty heavy police family in my family. And, they're to the average individual, police are not useful. Okay. Karens love police. Okay. Businesses need police. But they don't search for evidence and find a criminal, though. They don't. They don't do it. There's no money in it for them. They're not going to search for evidence. They're not going to look for the criminal. Unless someone died, unless there's a murder involved, they're not going to do it. This is not CSI. They're not going to come to your house and collect fingerprints. And if they do, they're going right in the garbage when they're done. They're not going to help you find whoever broke into your house until it's newsworthy, until it's in their best interest to do something about it. They're not going to do anything. I had a guy crash into my car. He backed into my van out of a parking lot. He was drunk or tired or whatever. Exactly. I had the guy's driver's license. I had his address. I had his photograph. I had video of him pulling into the place driving the car. I had video of him driving the car out. I had video of him hitting my car twice and hitting the sidewalk the third time before finally managing to get himself out of the parking lot. And the police said, call your insurance company. I was like, I don't want to call my fucking insurance company because then they're not going to do nothing and my rates are going to go up. I want you to take care of it. And they won't because there's nothing in it for them. But if I go to the guy's house to do something about it, I get in trouble. Twice our house was broken into. Police never did a thing. And to be realistic, what can the police do? When I say the police didn't do anything about somebody breaking into my house, that's actually not a cut on the police. I'm not putting down the police for not doing anything. What can they do? There's 5 million people in the Philadelphia area? How are they going to figure out which one guy broke into my house? They can't. There's really nothing the police can do. Unless it becomes a crime spree where there's a preponderance of evidence and events happening that they might be able to catch up to the guy, what can they do? Exactly. That's the point. The police don't want to deal with it. All right. The police want to deal with what makes them money. I tell people it's kind of sad because being a police officer should be a respectable position. But right now, they're not even police anymore. They're the SRS. They're the State Revenue Service. Don't believe me? 50,000 traffic stops a day. Over 20 million traffic stops a year. That's what the police are for. To shake you for as much money as they can on the road. And that's not because the police want to do that. It's because the states are ordering them to do that. This is not watertight. Okay, now this is a case of the extrusion multiplier actually being too low. Can I show you this? There. See how you can almost see through it? Come on, autofocus. See how it looks like a grid pattern? I was under extruding too much. 0.9 is too low. I'm going to bump it up. There it goes. See how you can see the grid pattern through there? So this is more like a sieve. So I need to increase my extrusion multiplier to 0.92. The extrusion multiplier is too low, so the air is passing straight through the layers. The side, however, looks fantastic. That looks beautiful. I have zero complaints about that. So you're going to want to bump up your extrusion multiplier for these layers to like 0.92, 0.94. And that is just my extrusion multiplier difference right there. So that little bump I saw, this is 0.9, this is 1.5. That's why you see that that little stair step there. So that is normal. Let's change filament while it's still cold enough for me to do so. I think I was a little too cold there, but it's okay. Continue. Tools. Preheat. Let's get the bed back up to 60. And the nozzle. I think I pulled that filament out too early. That's my bad. There we go. We'll get that heated up. Let's swap out to a more. We have time to do one more print. So let's get a Marvin done in a brighter color. It does look pretty nice. It is metal. I see it in here. It is metal, which I like. That's going to break right off, so we'll just take it off right there. Nope, you want to be this way. I'm going to straighten this bad boy out. What you want is a more matte color. You just want color. There we go. I do love this feeder. This is quite excellent, this whole setup. Nice job on that. Microfiber, make sure there's no oils on the bed. You see how that bed shifted because these clips suck. Definitely getting a piece of Wham Bam. I think I might even have the size I need for this. All right, printing. I got to reslice the Marvin. The Marvin is too fast. Let me reslice the vase real quick because I do want to reattempt that vase later. We're going to bump that up to 0.95 like you suggested. Rose vase, save it, back, delete these, delete this, bring back the Marvin, get rid of my pre-starts here, 25%, 10 millimeters, 333. We're going to bump this up to 0.92 for that because I think that'll be good enough for a solid print. Okay, temperatures. Oh, I don't have a temperature color for the bed. No wonder I had a problem. Why isn't there a temperature controller for the bed? Huh. Oh, because I extracted that profile out of the thing. That's why. And that should be good. I'm just doing Simplify 3D. I'm sorry. I know you guys wanted to see that. No, that's wrong. The start point is not over here. It's over here. Or is it? I don't know. Let's leave it. Let's see what happens. Marvin. And just for the hell of it, that's 33 minutes. Let's scale him up to 400%. I haven't printed a big Marvin in a while. So let's do him at 400. And let's lower the infill a little bit. Let's go 20% infill. Actually, I bet you I can get away with 15. Let's just increase the number of walls. And increase the number of top layers. Not walls. Okay. Yeah, that's 6 hours. Is about what I expected. So Marvin, big. My problem with 15% infill is your top layers can come out sloppy sometimes, depending on what you're printing. Obviously, it just depends on what you're printing. Printing, we're going to print the regular Marvin. But as you can see so far, we're not really having any problems with this printer. It's working as well as it should. We should not have to adjust the baby stepping again, since I did fix that. And it looks like it did remember it. So it does store that setting. Although I haven't checked to see if it stores it on power off. Well, it needs to be a little lower. Nope, that is not working correctly. Nope. Stop. Confirm. Got a little blob on there. Where is my spray? I don't see the spray. I just have to use the microfiber. Okay, printing. I might be too close. I'm going to put Wham Bam on here. Yes. All my printers are basically review samples. The manufacturer sends them to me. So I did not pay for this. They sent it to me. The Kickstarter for this starts on the 21st. So this is not on Kickstarter right now. If you go to their website, they said I think they said it's going to be on Kickstarter for the 21st. So next Wednesday it should begin on Kickstarter. Oh, there's a blog. I didn't see that. Nothing here. It's supposed to be under 400. Come on, get hot. Yeah, it's getting there. 20. Very sturdy. Very, very rigid structure. Something that can help sometimes to get a printer started printing right is to force it to over extrude, which is pretty easy to do with these kind of printers because you can just do this and just force it to extrude. And now you get that nice thick bead that makes it stick down so it doesn't pop off. I need to go down more. And it is sticking. Go down a little more. There we go. Now we're sticking. Maybe it's not remembering the baby steps in between. No, it's pulling up. Why is it pulling up? Still not doing it. Stop. Confirm. It's not liking this filament. Maybe I got some contamination on this filament because the other filament was working fine. And make sure the bed is clean. Make sure there's no residue. Well, there's something on there. Yeah, there's definitely something on there. Printing, Marvin, go. Yeah, a whole bunch of yellow stuff on there. So residue from something. I don't have a handy roll of the TPU. I gotta find one. Yeah, I got more lighting now too, so it's more even. So I got that light there, and a light there, and a light there, and a light there. So I got more even lighting now. Print a rubber Marvin. Get the baby step screen ready. I'll have to update my filament page for today, see if there's anything new out there. Well, that looks good. But then it touches the blob and it peels off. There we go. Now, come on, do a good job. There we go. Now we're sticking. Still a little sloppy, but it's staying put. I think that might be the filament. Might have too much dust in it. It's staying put now. Doesn't that defeat the point, though, changing the brain board on a Prusa? I mean, that's literally the intelligence of the whole thing. So there's your dragon. I like Adelinda. She's nice. Oh, there you go. Use what you have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only fan I'm hearing is the one on the in the power supply. So it looks like they actually selected good quality fans for this. You can see the misalignment in filament path there. See how the filament path is angled a little bit? All they gotta do is move this to the left a little bit. And that'll fix that, no problem. Hey, Dan. How are you doing today? "3D Medic Vans." Hey, I got your sticker in the mail. You sent me some of your stickers to the P.O. Box. Thank you. Yeah, these little tiny ones are way handier. I'm gonna go get more of these. They were only $5 for the whole thing, so I'm gonna go get more of these. Or if anybody knows a affordable way where I can get a whole bunch of these little ones. I love these little ones. Oh, good bridge on that one. Very good bridge on that one. Well, the problem is not Americans getting access to the power of Chinese manufacturing. The issue is one of profit margin. The problem is that Chinese manufacturers live in an economic environment where they can actually live very well on profit margins that we wouldn't even look at twice, because our cost of living is like a factor of 100 higher than theirs. So a Chinese manufacturer can afford to take a $100 printer and sell it for 150. We can't, because, you know, $40 or $50 profit on a printer would not be enough to justify the manufacturer for us, even at the rates Chinese get, because we simply need more money for our cost of living here. And that's kind of the problem. Exactly. It's like 100 to 1. It's crazy. So, you know, an American company would probably look at Creality's profits and go, "Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not even going to show you the door." Yet Creality is considered big, even though their profit margins are tiny compared to what a US company needs to make to survive. So that's the difference. That's the problem. Even when you don't consider these shipping. It's not communism. The Chinese government is communist, but the Chinese society is capitalist. The Chinese society is operating the way we should be operating, under a capitalist free market environment. Matter of fact, that's the problem in China right now. It's kind of a battle between the advantages of their free market capitalism and the controls their communist government wants to implement. It's kind of an ongoing battle in China right now. The problem in the United States is that we don't have capitalism anymore. We left capitalism behind 50 years ago. What we have now is cronyism, and you know, it's not working too well for us. Socialism is probably the ideal form of government for human beings, but it can't work. Socialism has an Achilles heel that can never go away, and that's called greed. Socialism cannot succeed in an environment with greedy people in power. That's why every pure socialist government in the world has failed. That's why no one is trying to leave the United States to go to a socialist country, and everybody in the socialist countries are trying to get to the United States. Socialism can't work because, you know, socialism is basically democracy for the few. Greed exists in all systems, but greed has a different impact in different systems. For example, greed is minimally effective in a capitalist system if you maintain a free market. The moment you lose the free market, greed takes over and you lose the capitalist system. Capitalism is abhorrent to monopoly. Monopolies can't exist in a capitalist system unless they are government enforced or natural monopolies. Monopolies exist when capitalism fails. I mean, look, the perfect example is this goddamn printer. I mean, look how many of these printers from different companies exist. That's capitalism in a free market. The Chinese printer manufacturers are flying under the radar of communist China, and they are a free market capitalist example. What happens when something is successful? That's the government side of things. I'm talking about the corporate side of things. You know, like I said, the government in China is communist. The corporations in China are capitalist. It's an ongoing battle between those two systems. That's why China keeps cracking down on internet, and that's why you see corporation owners, CEOs who get a little mouthy, they end up disappearing. Because the capitalist government is still very much in control of the country. But the money system is being run by the capitalists. And China has what I call a natural free market. All right? There's no government restrictions that would prevent one company from doing what another company does, like we have in the United States. So they have a naturally enforced free market environment where any manufacturer can go, I want to make a 3D printer. And then you have a Kickstarter, and then you have a new 3D printer. I mean, using off-the-shelf parts that they can just go and get anywhere. I don't know about that, but again, that's a government thing, not a corporate thing. So 3D printing is a perfect example of capitalism in a free market. You know, if you find out selling dog poop makes you a lot of money, tomorrow 10 more people will be on the street corner selling dog poop with you. And eventually that market will mature. More and more people will be selling dog poop. They'll oversaturate the market. Prices will plummet. And then the market will stabilize as the companies who did things right survive and the companies who did things wrong fail. And you're seeing that happen in 3D printing. Everybody jumped into the market because there was money to be made. The price went through the floor because now a $5,000 printer is a $400 printer. Okay? Well, I mean, even comparing it to Chinese prices, what does a Lulzbot Mini cost? A Lulzbot Mini is $1,350. This is less than $4. That's free market capitalism in action. And now you're starting to see the market level off. You got too many people making printers. The crap ones are falling by the wayside. The good ones are surviving and prospering. That's capitalism in a free market environment. In the US, we don't have a free market environment. We have cronyism, where they rig the rules to keep out competition. The barrier to entry is very high, and that's intentional. Now, the problem with 3D printing in the US market is that this printer should not be able to be sold for $400 in the US. This printer should cost $1,300. The United States government should be applying an $800 tariff to every single one of these printers. Because you're mixing two economic markets that should not be mixing. You're mixing a Chinese market which has a cost of living difference that cannot be competed with here in the US. So any US manufacturer cannot compete. This is 30-minute print. That is capitalism. The trade is owned by these individual companies. These individual companies are not being restricted or controlled by an external entity. They're being controlled by their own internal politics. Unless, of course, the Chinese government steps in, which they do. And that's when capitalism goes, it stops completely because the Chinese government stepped in. What we have in the United States is not capitalism. No, it's not slave labor. The U.S. companies have slave labor, but not the Chinese companies. A lot of these people are scrambling. Why won't this autofocus? Focus there. Now focus there. There you go. But in China, I think Trump's a moron. And I think Pelosi's a moron too. I think they're greedy slime bags, every one of them. In the Now, part of the problem in the US, part of the reason our labor costs are so high is because our cost of living is so high. And part of the reason our cost of living is so high, you're very generous, Caliber Manx. I think 90% is being very nice. I think it's unrealistic. I think it's closer to 99%, but I digress. um the There you go, you're optimistic. But part of the problem in our country is taxation. 50% of our cost of living is taxes. I mean, even out here in New Mexico, I'm paying 35% of everything I make in taxes. And I make 12 grand a year. Your typical person at the bottom 50% of the country is paying 40 to 60% of everything they make in taxes. So you cut out those taxes, you cut the cost of living in half. Really? Oh, I guess the grass is always greener on the other side. We think that your politics must be much better than ours, and you look at it the opposite way because you live there. You have to deal with it there. So I guess that makes sense to a point. But it's all comes down to greed. It all comes down to money. I tell people the United States is a socialist country. We're not a capitalist country. We're not a democracy. We are socialism. Don't believe me? Read the CARES Act and see where the trillions of dollars went. We're already a socialist country, and that's why we're in decline. Because socialism always fails. No shit, I would. Well, yeah, I would survive just fine. Because I'm a hard-working motherfucker. All right? I know how to work hard. I just wouldn't be able to have a nice life living off of YouTube in another country. Exactly. We're supposed to be a republic. I don't think anybody making 12 grand a year should be paying 35% of everything they make in taxes. If you think that's wrong, then we have a logic disconnect between us. If you think the lowest income brackets in the country should be paying 40 to 50% of everything they make in taxes and not get universal health care, not get universal welfare, not get any kind of real government services at all besides roads and police that fleece you and shoot you, I don't know where you're coming from. That sentence didn't make any sense, Lightspeed. You're going to have to rephrase that. What does I think you take more than you pay in taxes? Well, of course, I pay less than 50% in taxes, so I take more than I pay in taxes. Actually, I've only had health care for 1 year. For most of my life, I had no health care at all because I could not afford it. And I estimate I'm only going to get free health care here in New Mexico for 2 or 3 years. And that's it. Because I estimate in 2 or 3 years, my income will rise to the point where I will no longer qualify for it. And then I'll be back to having no health care. It doesn't cost taxpayers anything. I mean, what does one doctor's visit, blood tests, and a dental visit cost? Even at our stupid, insane prices. What, 2 grand? We pay more per capita for healthcare in this country than any other country on the planet except for Finland. And we don't have universal healthcare. Instead, we have greedy corporations charging 100-fold what it should cost. Who subsidizes my healthcare? The taxpayers of New Mexico. Let me know when you have a point to make. Our healthcare is not a free market. It is the exact opposite of a free market. There's nothing free about the healthcare system in our market anywhere. It is such a heavily controlled, restricted, and regulated market. It is anything but free. No, you didn't make it. You didn't make any point whatsoever. I worked my ass off for the last 42 years, and you're complaining about me taking advantage of the healthcare offered? You're insane. I think healthcare should be socialized. That's simple. It should be nationalized and single payer. It's the only way you're going to get out of this greed hole that we're in. There are certain things that just should not be open market. You know, you have to have socialist communistic electricity. There's no way around it. You're not going to run 5 power lines to your house and have a capitalist electric market. All right? The consumer level grid utilities should be socialist communist, whatever you want to call it. Okay? Cell phones, well, we have enough bandwidth that we can have a free market in that. Kind of. I didn't have insurance. I did not have health insurance until September of last year. That's when I got health insurance. So for the other portion of my life, I lived in a place where I wore a bracelet that says, I refuse all services. Let me die. Literally, I wore a bracelet that said that. I didn't show anybody. I didn't show my family because I knew it would fuck with their heads. I wore a bracelet that said, I refuse all services. Because if I went to a hospital, they would take my house. I'm getting no care in the current system. I'll take poor quality care over zero care any day. What the hell's the point of having quality health care if you can't have it? Are you kidding me? I got into a fight with my father because he wanted to cancel his his secondary health insurance. He had Medicare, and he wanted to cancel his secondary because he was so desperate for money. I got into an actual fight with him because the last time he went into the hospital, it came out to like $50,000 a day. But it's the government's job to provide the framework for it. It's the government's job to provide for the common good. Our current healthcare system is clearly antithesis to the common good. It's ruining people's lives. And even if you have health insurance, the cost of healthcare is so out of control, they can still take your house. So great. You're paying $700 a month for your healthcare. You get the $300,000 medical bill. And then your insurance pays for 80% of it, so you still owe $60,000, which you can't pay, so they take your house. The only way to handle healthcare is it has to be nationalized. Everybody has to pay into it. That doesn't make any sense, Lightspeed. Doesn't make any sense at all. As soon as my income increases by more than about 20%, I lose the state health care. because my income level will be too high. Once I'm making about $16,000 or $17,000, no more healthcare. Gone. You know, you live in a place where you're either delusional and thinking it's okay, or you make enough money where you're well off, and fuck everybody else, right? You make enough money that you're well off, so fuck everybody else. I worked my ass off for 30 years, and I got jack shit for healthcare. I got healthcare through my employer once when I was working at Radio Shack. I was working 50 hours a week. I got health care. It still cost me $600 to get an ingrown toenail fixed. An ingrown toenail with insurance cost me $600. So, goody for you. You have a nice income and you have nice insurance. Let me clue you into a little reality. You pay more in taxes than 50% of the whole country makes. 50% of the entire population of the country makes less in total yearly income before taxes than you paid in taxes. Is your brain capable of comprehending the cognitive disconnect there? You paid more. You paid $15,000 more in taxes than the total pre-tax income. Oh yeah, it did come loose. Yeah, this filament does not like sticking to this bed for some reason. It's a clean print though. You pay more in income taxes than half of the entire country makes in total income. No, the solution is lessen taxes. How much money do you make a year? Yeah, maybe. How much do you make a year? Approximately. What do you make a year? If you're paying $65,000 and assuming you're paying 40% of your income, what are you making? $120,000, $150,000 a year? No, that's your cognitive dissonance hearing me like it's a gift. What I'm getting pissed off with is that you think you have it good, so fuck everybody else. That attitude is what pisses me off. So what do you make No, they're not working their asses off. The millionaire who owns a small business, he's working his ass off. Bezos isn't working his ass off. He's leveraging his money to rape other people for it. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve his money, but our system is rigged to benefit them. When you have a billionaire paying less in taxes than a secretary at his company, you've got a problem with your system there. The top what was it? What was it? The top 10% own 7 or 90% of the wealth, but only pay 70% of the taxes. Well, if you own 90% of the wealth, you should be paying 90% of the taxes just to be equal. Not to pay more, to be equal. That's not what I said. I think billionaires don't bust their ass commensurate with the money they make. Think of it as a ratio of you work this hard, you make this much money. So if you work twice as hard, you make twice as much money. If you work 3 times as hard, you make 3 times as much money. Now, it's not directly linear like that, but think of it like a linear scale. You work harder, you make more. That is logical. That makes sense. If you work harder, you should be rewarded for working harder. But there becomes a point where you get to a certain level where you no longer have to work hard, where you can leverage the power you have to manipulate the system to increase your linear scale so that you're making 10 times more than the level of work you're putting in. Yes, I am slightly communistic, and I'm slightly socialist, and I'm slightly tyrannical, and I'm slightly democratic, and I'm slightly capitalist, because that's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be a constitutional republic. We're supposed to be communism where it makes sense, socialism where it makes sense, democracy where it makes sense, capitalism where it makes sense. That's what we're supposed to be as a country. We're supposed to be that mix, that proper, balance of those different systems where they make sense. The electric grid has to be socialist communist. It has to be. Because I can't run 10 power lines to your house and say, hey, capitalist electric system, pick your electric provider. You can't do it. You have to have a grid, an infrastructure, which means by nature of having a grid, you're creating a monopoly. And therefore, you have to regulate it. So we have a regulatory commission that controls these companies on the grid. That's socialism, communism. There's nothing you can do about that. Unless you want to have everybody have their own power generation in their backyard. Good luck with that. Yeah, give me a nuclear power plant in my backyard. Yeah. Actually, NASA is a monopoly. And, well, not anymore. They're not a monopoly anymore. Now that they're opening it up for other companies to get into it. But you have Blue Origin, you have Electron, you have NASA, you have Boeing, and you have SpaceX. SpaceX is just doing the best, cheapest job. And yes, they could. And in the past, they have. All they have to do is stop issuing permits. See, in Lightspeed's twisted little world, because I'm only making, $12,000-$15,000 a year, I must not be working hard. I was working 3 full-time jobs for less than minimum wage, but I must not be working hard because otherwise I'd have the money, right? Let me clue you into a little reality, Lightspeed. I'm going to clue you into a little reality. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to get through. Your attitude indicates this is not going to get through to you. Right? There are 160 million working Americans pre-pandemic. 50% of those people were making minimum wage or less. Now, where exactly are 80 million people about to get better paying jobs? Do we eat you guys and the other 80 million? Because I don't see 80 million available jobs anywhere. So there are people where get a better job? Where? Where do they get a better job? There are 80 million people who should get a better job. Where is the 80 million jobs? There isn't even a million available jobs right now. So 1 million of those 80 million people might be able to get a better job. What do the other 79 million people do? Do we eat you guys? Because the only way I know to free up 80 million jobs is to eat the 80 million at the top. Well, you were paying 50% less than you should have been pre-pandemic. So now you're actually paying a more livable wage. How about that? You guys have, you business owners have been living in a socialist utopia for the last 50 years, paying shit wages with shit minimum wages, no matter how hard people work. So, time for you to give up your socialist utopia and start actually working in an environment where you pay your fair share. How about that? No, the market does not dictate what businesses pay. Businesses have rigged it so the market doesn't dictate what it pays. The market should dictate wages, but there should also be a basement, a ceiling below which you cannot go, because otherwise all wages would be zero. No, it just didn't stick. I don't think it saves the baby stepping, though. If your business can't afford to pay someone a minimal living wage to survive, then your business is by definition a failure. And if you think people can survive on $7, $8, or $9 an hour, you live in a delusion. $7.25 an hour. There's no place in this country, unless you have a leg up, there's no place where a typical normal person can survive on $7.25 an hour in this country. While cheap-ass consumers like us are always chasing a dollar because we don't fucking get paid. No shit, dude. 40 years ago, 50 years ago, you could have dad go to work 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, and mom stay home and 2 kids, and they could have a house, a car, and a reasonable life. Now, both parents have to work 2 jobs and pray they don't get sick and get a hospital bill that'll take everything from them. If you don't see what's wrong with that, matter of fact, I don't think you can see what's wrong with that. You pay more in taxes than half the country makes pre-tax. 50% of the entire country makes $50,000 a year or less. No, it just didn't stick. So it popped off. Oh, right there. So I'm restarting it now. I don't have glue stick handy. I don't think I do. I think it's the filament, though, not the bed. There is no learn skills for a better job. I could learn skills for a better job. I have no debt. I own my house. I have more than one car. I have a decent brain on my shoulders, and I know how to work hard. I could. But there's only so many positions for I coulds. Like right now, there's 31 million people unemployed. 31 million jobs do not exist. There's 2.5 million jobs available. So for 27 million people, no matter how hard they work, no matter what skills they have, they can't get a better job because there is none. There are more people than there are jobs. It doesn't matter how hard they work. No minimum wage jobs include paid sick or holidays. And most people can't work 40 hours a week. They beg and steal to get 30. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to start my own thing so I don't have to go suck Lightspeed's dick for $4.25 an hour. Yes, this is direct drive. Is that sticking? Now that looks like it's sticking pretty good. Come on. Work for me, baby. Work for me. Looks good. Oh, I will. Definitely getting a wham bam. Yeah, that looks pretty good. The left one was a little sketchy before, but I figured it would stay put. Oh, I wonder if the heat bed turned off. Did I fix my G code? Okay, it's at 60. So we should be good. Come on, stay put. Don't pull it up. I think I'm a little too close, actually. I think I have a tilt, which I shouldn't have with the BL Touch. Looks good, though. Exactly. You know, the average family income, which is a minimum of 2 people, is like $49,000 or $51,000. That's $26,000 a person. That's median. Where can I find G code for a CNC mill? Ooh, I have no idea. I don't know anything about CNCing. Yeah, at 45K a year, you are lower than 50%. See, Lightspeed doesn't realize that he's in like, at the money he makes, he's in like the top 20% or top 30% of the country. No, I have not got the Order Obsidian. I can't do the Prusa because I can't afford to buy one and they're not going to send me one. So I just can't do the Prusa. Uh-oh. Ouch. I got an MK3. We already did that. I used it once. It worked okay. Oh, I'm sorry, MK2. It was an MK2, not a. It wasn't the 2S. Yeah, I had an MK2 I bought used. I still have that out there. Yep, already did it on channel. I didn't do any more episodes after that one live stream, though. I should do more with it. Now, keep in mind, as a self-employed person, I pay more in taxes than even the person making minimum wage. Because I got to pay both sides of the payroll taxes. So I got to pay an automatic 23.5% on every dollar I make. And that's just in base payroll income taxes. That's not even counting W-2, 1040, your regular income tax. Yep, 23.5%. But guess what? Lightspeed doesn't have to pay into Social Security. Once Lightspeed reaches $135,000, every dollar after that, he doesn't have to pay any Social Security tax on. Isn't that nice? If you think a person making 12, 15 grand a year should be paying 35% of everything they make in taxes, there's something wrong with your brain. I don't know how else to describe that. There's something wrong with you. Well, at least in the Netherlands, you get resources for your taxes. At least you get something for your taxes. I pay into a co-op for my electricity. I pay into a private company for my water. I have my own septic tank that I have to maintain. I have a dirt road. Okay, so you tell me what my taxes are getting me. Now, you business owners get lots of benefits to your taxes. You get the roads and infrastructures that allow your businesses to work, that allow us customers to get to your businesses. You get a lot for your taxes. What do I get for mine? Yep, I got to pay for everything. Really? What printer do you flip upside down to do the Kickstarter for Rubin Master Laser SLA 3D? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I just saw that, KKP3D. Thank you. I don't know if I'd want to flip a resin printer upside down. Is there any leaked resin? Yeah, I guess you technically could. That's actually kind of what the Peachy printer was going to do. Build from the bottom up, dripping resin into the system. Huh. I really want to get that MakerBot cupcake printer I got working. I don't know why. That thing just looks so neat. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that. Making their own large-scale resin printers using projector systems. Yeah, it's risky. It's definitely risky. No question about that. That's why I tell people you treat crowdfunding like gambling. Maybe you win, maybe you won't. Don't gamble more than you're willing to lose. Crowdfunding's not bad. It's just not for everybody. Eligo Mars, it's probably 12 volts. I would be surprised if it's not 12 volts. So let's find out. ELEGO Mars power supply. I have a Mars, but it's out in the container. $12-volt 5 amp. Yeah, 12-volt 5 amps. 5.5 millimeter barrel plug. Copy. And there it is. And we might have a power supply. Yes, you can get a power supply for $11.59. Let me get you a link. Why can't I click the link? Thank you. Supposedly, this works. And it has the right kind of plug. 5.5 millimeter plug. Hey, TK. What do I want? I want my republic back. I want a constitutional republic where hard work is rewarded, where I get to keep what I earn and pay my fair share into our society so that everybody can prosper. That's what I want. And you have the lowest income bracket paying the most in taxes as a percentage of their income. And that's just not right. That's not the way that system's supposed to work. You have the wealthy not paying their fair share because they can control and rig the system to adjust it to be beneficial to themselves. You have the ultra wealthy who don't even have to work for their money anymore. I mean, if you give me $600,000, I never have to work ever again for the rest of my life. All right, what I want is that I don't even want a system that's equal. All right, because equality is communism. I don't want equality. I mean, clearly Elon Musk should be doing much better than I do. I mean, he is much better than me. He's smarter than me, and he works a hell of a lot harder than I do. What I want is fair. I want fair. Not equal, fair. No, see, that doesn't make sense either. I mean, the first thing I teach my sister, the first thing I taught my brothers, the first thing I teach them is you work smarter, not harder. Yes, but life should be fair because we are an advanced society. We have the choice to make it fair or not fair. That's a choice. Whether you get cancer or not, that's life is unfair. Whether a lightning bolt strikes you, that's life is unfair. Whether an asteroid hits this planet and gives, the geckos the chance to become the next sapient species on this planet, that's life is not fair. Taxes, welfare, income, and jobs, there's nothing randomized about that. That is choice. We make the choice to choose to make our system unfair. Our system isn't unfair by nature. It's unfair by intentional design. And we can therefore make it fair by intentional design. Exactly. Equal opportunity. Now it's still on you to grab that opportunity by the horns and bust your ass. I'm not complaining about making $12K a year. I'm starting a brand new business. I don't expect to make a lot of money. Are you kidding me? Have you seen my goddamn YouTube channel? I mean, I can't believe I'm having this discussion. I have 15,900 subscribers. I'm just about to pass 16,000 subscribers. You find me one other YouTube channel with 16,000 subscribers making $12K a year. You find me one. I'm fucking blessed. Are you kidding me? It's unheard of for a YouTube channel this small to do as well as I'm doing. It's unheard of. No one makes this kind of money on 16,000 subscribers. Could you imagine what I'll make when I get to 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers? I'm blessed. I am one of the luckiest individuals on this planet as far as I'm concerned, because I should not be making as much as I am with the number of subscribers I have. I just hope I don't fuck it up. because it could all disappear like that. Full credit to you guys for sticking with me. Now, when a business starts out, you don't make a whole lot of money. That's just the way it is. You know, what is it? 70% of small businesses fail within the first 3 years. 70%. YouTube channels have a failure rate of 99%. Okay? It's, half of my income is on the backs of other businesses. Those businesses could pull that out from under me anytime they wish. Anytime they wish. Amazon already did it. Yeah, you're doing fantastic. 3,000 a year on 7,000 subscribers, amazing. I mean, that's incredible. So I consider myself to be one of the lucky ones. I mean, I'm making 12 grand a year and I own my house. I have no credit card debt. I have a car. I can pay for my bills and I can pay for my sister's bills. Do you have any idea how fortunate I am? In the United States, I'm incredibly lucky. You got to work hard. If you want to make a full-time income, you have to put full-time hours into it. If you're not putting 50, 60, 70 hours a week into your YouTube content, you're not going to make it. Unless you get lucky. I mean, you could get lucky and hit a niche. I consider myself to be incredibly fortunate to do what I'm doing. I get to sit here at home and make as much money as the guy working minimum wage at McDonald's. And I'm working more hours than the guy at McDonald's is, but I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm not sucking someone's dick for $7.25 an hour. I'm sucking my own dick for $5 an hour, but that's okay. I can live with that. My problem is when the system takes more than is fair from me. When I have to pay 40% of everything I make in taxes, and, this other guy making millions a year pays 15% of everything he makes in taxes. And then he uses creative accounting to get rid of that 15% too. He actually ends up getting a credit. I'm subsidizing him. In what world does that make sense? Oh, that sucks. I spent 3.5 years working 3 full-time jobs, 120 hours a week, busting my goddamn ass to pay off $200,000 in debt that wasn't even mine. I had to give up the house I paid for. I had to give up my house to pay off someone else's debt just to get here in a 1,400 square foot mobile home in the middle of the desert. But you know something? I own it. It belongs to me. I don't owe any money on it. My credit cards are all paid off. I have enough provisions in this house where I could lock that door and not open it for a year and we would be okay. I mean, I am in a much better place than a lot of other people are. I'm projecting I could be making $20,000 within 3 years. So that means within 2 years, I'd lose the state health care. So at least the state health care gets me through this beginning period. Oh yeah, I make 75, 85 bucks a month on YouTube. Well, and that's not YouTube money. Like I said, my YouTube money is like 75, 80 bucks a year, a month. I make about $1,000 a year on YouTube. She's doing pretty good. She lost another 12 pounds. Now she's showing me up. I got to catch up to her. I was so happy. She said she's 12 pounds down. I was like, fuck yes. I like I said, I am transparent with you guys. I make about $75 a month on YouTube. I make about $300 a month on Patreon. I make about $200 a month on Amazon, and I make about $500 a year on other things. Things like Ibotta and field gauging and stuff like that. So I'm right now. It's pretty bad, but everybody's doing pretty bad right now because of the coronavirus. Even the online stuff is just the YouTube income. Even that has dropped. I was making about $100 a month on YouTube. Now I'm making about 75, 85. This month is trending toward 90. Well, that's the problem. I can't really sell the printers. And no, I would not make anywhere close to $15,000. Otherwise, I would sell them. All right. First of all, about 15% of the printers I have is where all the money is. Well, I can't right now. I would need at least 200, 250 amp service to be able to actually run a print farm. And that would cost, we already talked to a couple electricians. We ran the numbers. I'd be looking at about $5,500 to $6,000 to upgrade the electric service here. So I'm at 100 amps now, so I can finally charge the car and turn on the electric dryer without the power going out. But, well, that's just it. That's just it, though. It's one of the consequences of where I chose to live. If I lived in Baltimore, St. Louis, Washington, New York, Philadelphia, somewhere in California, if I lived in one of those kind of places, yes, I could try selling these printers. But it might be interesting to run a print farm just to try it, because one of the ways you protect yourself when you're making money like this is to diversify your income sources. I would rather make a little bit of money from 10 different sources than a lot of money from one source, because then all it takes is that one source to fail and you fail. Really? RC Voodoo, send me an email. A solar array is not really practical. It's the not including batteries, just solar panels, grid tie, inverters, switch over, etc. I'm looking at about $16,000. That's more than my discretionary income for 30 years. So maybe when I'm making 20, 25,000 a year, then I can look into solar. Because remember, any money I make more than I'm making now, besides what goes back into taxes and the business, is profit. So if I increase my income by $3,000, I now have $3,000 to spend, roughly. Not a whole lot of lasering. Lasering is a dedicated thing that I do when it's in a controlled environment because I don't want anybody getting zapped. So I don't have just random laser cutter set up to run. Although, I'm excited about the video I just saw where somebody was laser engraving glass. I didn't know these could do that. He looks like he's using the little Ortor laser engraver I have. The little cantilevered one. And he was lasering glasses. I didn't know that was possible. Yeah, seriously, RC Voodoo, send me an email. I'm interested in that. So, do you just point it at the glass and it just works? It doesn't just pass through? Or do you have to treat it to get it to do that? Please, send me a link. Not here. Oh, actually, you can send it here because I can click it and then I can save it. Really? No, I did not see that video. That sounds interesting, though. Well, no. Okay. I don't mean I didn't think you could laser glass. I didn't think consumer blue lasers could laser glass. Like, I thought you'd have to use, like, a CO2 laser or an infrared laser or a broad spectrum laser. I didn't know that these cheap blue lasers could do that. Well, see, an A20M is in my 15% of printers I would keep. Because it's a nice machine. It's well built. It's multicolor. I mean, obviously I knew you could laser glass. I just didn't know these cheap blue lasers could do it. Because there are things these blue lasers can't do. But when I saw that guy, he was using the roller thing to roll the glass, to, you know, put the images on the glass. And I was like, that is so freaking cool. Really? Dude, please send me an email. You know, if it's not going to hurt you. You know, if you have a very small niche market, I don't want to bump you on that. But if there's enough room in that market, send me an email on what you're doing, you know, some basic information. Because, yeah, even a couple $100 a month would be worth setting up a couple printers. Yeah, remember, in Pennsylvania, I was making $24,000 a year. I didn't count any money from the porn shop, as that wasn't income for me. 100% of that went to paying off the debts. So between the YouTube channel and the pizza delivery job, I was making $24,000 a year. But I was paying 76% of it in taxes. I'm not kidding. I was paying 76% of my $24,000 in taxes. Most of it was the house. That was 32% or 35% of my income. One of the reasons I moved here was that I'm making half as much money, but I'm actually taking home $1,500-1,600 extra per year. So I'm actually making more money at half the income, plus no debt. Although some of my costs are a little higher. Electricity is more expensive, food's more expensive, stuff like that. But I'm projecting that by, well, I was projecting before coronavirus. I was projecting by 2022, 2023 to be back up to the $20,000, $25,000 a year mark, which would actually allow me to live very comfortably here. I could even afford healthcare at that income level. But there's a nasty window where healthcare isn't really affordable where I live until you get past $25,000 a year. So once you hit about $16,000 a year, you lose the healthcare, but you can't afford healthcare until you're making $25,000 a year. So you have that $9,000 gap per year there where you don't have state healthcare anymore, but you can't afford to pay for your own healthcare. So you have that gap where you have to be careful. Wind farms, you got to be careful out here because any kind of legitimate wind turbine requires a permit. Just because we get some pretty decent winds here, so you don't want a 400-pound turbine going through your neighbor's house. I'm still hoping to get into making rocket parts, so that'll be another way I diversify my income source. You know, if I can make like an extra, I don't know, $2,000 or $3,000 per year making rocket stuff, that would be worth it. Yeah, without the braking systems and the way of dealing with it. Boy, this lighting really makes a big difference. The video is much cleaner. And you can actually see what the printer's doing. But yeah, I hope to eventually monetize lifeofthereese.com. All I need is 230 more subscribers and I'll be able to monetize. That kind of channel is very hard to monetize unless you hit a niche, because, you know, it's just my life shit, you know, around the house. So it's not that interesting to a broader audience. But if I can get to 1,000, then I can monetize that. And that'll be an extra, even if that's only an extra $20 a month. You know, 20, $30 a month, it'd be worth it. I think it's more for upgrading Nerf guns or harder to get Nerf guns. Yeah, without a break, you're going to have an issue. You sent me a DM on Facebook? Yeah, no shit, man. Little testers bottles of paints are like $2.50 a pop. I was like, holy crap, have they got more expensive? The problem is YouTube is pretty good at catching that. Well, put it this way. I have 16,000 subscribers, and I make $75 a month in YouTube ad revenue. So you could probably guess that's pretty linear based on my subject matter. You know, my subject matter is pretty advertiser safe. So assuming a safe advertiser subject matter, do the math. That's what, 5,000 per 10,000? So they're making 50 grand a month on ad revenue. Yeah, that's feasible. If they're getting the views that go along with 100,000 subscribers. Jesus. That's a lot of money, man. Yes, but you live in a place where you're allowed to buy a real gun. Diameter of the smooth rod, 8 millimeter? 10 millimeter? Seven millimeter. Isn't he a YouTuber? That name sounds familiar. I do watch a couple airsoft guys. I like what's the name? Kicking Mustang and Novrich just one. It's good. It's almost done. And what's the other one? Oh, there's another YouTuber that does airsoft stuff. He's a lot of fun. I don't remember. But there's a couple of airsoft guys I watch. I love Kicking Mustang, and I love the other guy with his sniper stuff. It's just fun to watch him just when people walk right by him and he scares the shit out of them. It's just great. Yeah, 500 feet per second, baby. Whew, that's gonna sting a little. Silo, that's it. Silo's the guy. And he has a buddy he goes with too. I watch his videos too. He's a lot of fun. I love that hand cannon he has. It's basically it uses the grenade rounds and a handgun. That's just great. And then of course he's got the infinite ammo one. It goes to an airline with a big giant drum of pellets, so he could just and just light up an area. It's like, what the hell? That's crazy. And of course, for the gaming side, I've never even played the game, but I love watching Ravik. He is just so freaking good. Well, you want to talk about freaky? How many YouTubers who make 12 grand a year have what, $1,600 in faucets for their sinks? Some German and Pfizer and Moen faucets came up in the review thing, so I grabbed them. It's like, I'm gonna put a $400 faucet in my bathroom. That's crazy. Oh man. We are almost done. We are seconds from being done. He's not an idiot. That's fun as hell, man. Can you imagine out playing airsoft and this drone comes up behind you and starts shooting you? That's just awesome. That's like right out of a video game. Oh, this is much better. Still a little bit of inconsistency, though. I wonder where that's coming from. It's not bad, but it is still there. Let me take the picture so you guys can see. Oh, I know where the inconsistency is coming from. I know exactly where the inconsistency is coming from. It's coming from the stretched couplers. The couplers are bouncing. I guarantee you that's exactly what's doing it. Let's see. Share, upload, share, Google Drive. So while we're waiting for that to upload, you know, the 10-inch view is fantastic. You see, that one eyebrow is still a little droopy. I guarantee you that Z inconsistency I'm seeing, I bet you that's coming from these stretched out couplers. Are they available yet? Yes. Let me do some cropping so you guys can see them. Yeah, I bet you that inconsistency is coming from exactly that. Now, let me switch you over to here because I do have to get out of here in a minute. So here you can see the little inconsistencies here. You can see them a lot better with the colored filament. See how it's not quite that smooth consistency that you want. It's a great print, but you have that inconsistency issue. Isn't it Halloween? The clocks go back that weekend. See how you got the little inconsistencies in extrusion? A little bit better here, but you still have those inconsistencies where it's not quite right. A lot better than the white one when it was wiggling around. So yeah, now some of this is the Z-seam, which I have set in random. So I'm going to do another one, and I'm going to put that Z-seam right down the back. And that'll take care of these little random ones you see all over the place. That's just a matter of tuning, retraction, and temperature. But in general, not bad. But I'm pretty sure those extrusion inconsistencies we're seeing here, I'm pretty sure that's from the stretched out couplers. I need to order a couple couplers. I don't know if I have any more. I'll have to see if I have any. If I do, I can just throw them in there. But much, much better. Now, how does this look close up? I didn't show you guys this close up. Well, that's because I'm in a particular program that allows me to get a lot of this stuff for free, as long as I'm very careful with the tax situation. And that's just luck. I got lucky. It's random draw who gets accepted into such programs. You can't really apply for them. You luck of the draw. Amazon contacts you and says, "Hey, you want to do this?" And I was like, "Hell yes, I want to do that." Yeah, see, that's not bad. Because this is not moving in jerking movements, because it's one continuous motion, you don't have as much of that problem with the inconsistent layers. But even here, you can see a slight, like right here, you can see a slight inconsistency of layers. This shouldn't need that. None of these prints should need any of that. I'm pretty sure the issues I'm having are because those couplers are stretched, which means those couplers are going to wiggle around a little bit while it's printing. I'll also have to make sure the Z-axis does look pretty good. It is unconstrained at the top. There's nothing holding the Z-screws at the top, which is exactly as it should be. So it should just come down to replacing the couplers, and I should be good to go. And I'd also like to stick a piece of Wham Bam on here. I gotta see if I have a piece that size. I don't think I have exactly that size, though. But there you go. That is the Kywoo 3D. I think 3D printing professor said it was a Typhoon. So that is the Kywoo 3D Typhoon. It's basically a Taz Mini kind of thing. Basically, it's a downsized Taz 6. So it looks just like a Taz 6, but it's downsized. It does have quality fans, because I don't hear any of these fans making any noise. Very little noise is coming from these fans. Most of the noise is coming from the power supply fan. So I'll be replacing that fan. This printer is good enough that I'm going to put a little bit into it to make it nicer. So I will be replacing the fan in the power supply. I'm also going to add some protection to that power supply, because knowing my dumb ass, I'll be sticking my hand in here to reach something and touch mains power. That would suck. But the pros: cube frame structure, 4-point bolted vertical 2040 frame for the base, which means this thing is rigid as all hell. These parts are all ABS injection molded, so there are no 3D printed parts here except for the cooling duct for the fan. I think the Maker Base board is 32-bit, I think. If anybody can confirm that, let me know. It does have a generous, thick aluminum plate. That plate is a little thicker than normal, about 1 millimeter thicker than normal, it looks like. The plate is hard mounted, so there are no adjustment knobs. It depends on the BL Touch forming the matrix to do its bed leveling. The couplers need to be changed. That's no good. It just wasn't packed right, so this was able to pull away from the bed. What they need to do is put foam in here and then hold the bed, the X-arm down with zip ties so that it can't move up and pull. Because what happens is the whole thing tries to move up and it stretches out the couplers. Nice handles at the top. Carrying this will be no problem. The one thing that I might do on this printer is replace these end caps with bumper caps. So replace this end cap with like a little rounded cap that actually wraps around and covers these bolts. The purpose of that is, if this is a printer you're going to be carrying around, having these points bump into your legs when you're carrying it is going to really suck. So having rounded corners would facilitate the idea that this is a printer you would carry. Let's see, what else would I do? The spool holder's okay. I would make these bearings wider so there's a bigger foot for the spool to roll on, and then I would make the walls here taller so that this filament is less likely to want to jump out of that spool holder. If it's possible to get rid of the icons on the UI, I would do that. Put a panel on the bottom here and a protection panel in here to protect the power supply. I'll be making a dedicated video for all this after I use it more. Realign the filament sensor to be properly in line with the feeder. Otherwise, that hot end seems pretty darn nice to me. I need to find out whether I can set the BL Touch offset or not. Is that something I can send the G-code command to and do an M500 to save it? So that, for example, if I change the nozzle, I can change the offset. Well, the problem is, what happens... Here, let me show you. So you have a Z-axis coupler, right? Now, what's that coupler attached to? The coupler is attached to the lead screws in the X-axis. What's the other end of the coupler attached to? It's attached to the stepper motors. So what happens if I grab this and yank it up? I stretch the couplers. Because that's the only connection between this and the rest of the printer is the couplers. See here? So if you look in here, That lead screw is not attached to anything except this here and that coupler. So this here unit, which is composed of this plus those two lead screws, is not attached to anything except by that smooth rod there and that lead screw there. It's kind of like your Prusa. You got the smooth rod and you got the lead screw, and that's how it attaches. So if I push down on this, you can see how it compresses the coupler? When I push down on this axis, it compresses the coupler. Well, if I lift up on the axis, see? It stretches the coupler. But what happens is, in shipment, they didn't secure this properly. So this, under shipment, when it got bounced around, was able to go bounce, bounce, bounce. Like if this box was upside down, this would be, every time it bounced, this mass would be pulling on those couplers. It actually stretched that coupler out to twice that length. I pushed it back until it was that size. This one was almost normal, but that one's also stretched. So these two couplers got stretched. So I have to replace them. We spent the last 10 minutes talking about the overall, but the overall is pretty good. I think it's a pretty darn nice machine. I think the price is a little high for the build volume, but it's not that high for what you're getting. You're getting an extremely strong unified structure. I mean, this is an incredibly strong printer. This is the machine that I think you could pick this up and put this down a couple times and you're not going to lose your bed level because it's so rigidly attached to itself. Very nicely thought out in that regard. I always like that in the Taz designs, how well they were like that. Exactly. I had to push. It was actually unusable. I had to take the coupler and squish it back down. And I almost got it back down to normal. But they're not supposed to look like that. I'm going to change them out to the new style ones that they clamp. They just work better. The rails are fine. Guide rails for vertical and bed are perfect. I have no complaints about that. For the y-axis, they use an actual linear rail, which is better because then you don't have that two-rail system that is here. You just have the single piece of metal with the linear rail attached to it, and that's far superior for that. In reality, for the bed, you don't need to use linear rail, even though it would be nice. Done correctly, this is more than good enough. And they appeared to do a pretty decent job of it. Not bad. I don't see any way to fix this except to either have that plug faced up or down or to make this longer so there's more space. So my best suggestion is to simply include in the instructions to take out the bottom screw, loosen the top screw, swivel it, plug it in, swivel it back, screw it back in. It's very easy, not hard. That's an easy way of getting that limit switch plugged in. I don't know. You would have to send it to me to look at to see how hard it would be to print and how much you're willing to pay, but I could look at it. As far as what I would change, the whole bunch of things I would change. First of all, it needs instructions. The instructions suck. There is no instructions. That needs to be fixed. I would change out to different couplers, and I would also secure this better for shipment. Realign the filament sensor to be properly in line with the feeder. It's about 1 millimeter off. There needs to be a shroud inside of here to protect those live connections on the end of the power supply. The power supply is sitting right here with live mains voltage sitting right there. If you reach in here, you can reach in there and touch those live connections. I'd like to see a plate on the bottom to stop people from sticking their fingers in there because the IEC connection's right there on the back. I would change out the XT60 connector for the thermistor, and I would just use a JST plug for the thermistor. It's not only pointless to waste the money on a genuine XT60 connector for a thermistor connection, but it's also bad because if you're not paying attention, you could reverse them. You could plug 24 volts into your thermistor and your thermistor into your heat bed because the plugs are the same. What else? Taller walls and spool shallows, the gunnels that the spool rides on, and make the walls taller so you're less likely to have a spool jump. Beyond that, That's basically it. Everything else is pretty darn good. If you could change that UI to get rid of the icons when you're looking at file names, that'd be great. Another thing I would like to do, yeah, and I think there's room for it too. Rotate this board, if you, maybe in production if you can, rotate this board 90 degrees so that the USB and SD connection are on the front instead of the side. That's a bit annoying to get to them. And it would be nice to have a split IEC, 12 volt in the back, switch on the front would be nice. But, you know, that's not a big deal. You know, reaching around is not a huge deal, but it would be nice to have the power switch right there with the power connection in the back. And to have this rotated front, that would be nice. Beyond that, I can't really think of anything. They did a pretty damn good job. The machining is good. The quality control is good besides the packing. So far, I love the hot end. That's fine. I mean, the side's not bad. It's well trimmed and outlined, so you're not going to misapply it. But I would love, the board is just sitting right here inside, so it shouldn't be that difficult to simply rotate it 90 degrees and have it on the front. Oh, no, it wouldn't be a complete board redesign. You just take the board and turn it 90 degrees. You just have to cut the two holes. These two holes would have to be cut here instead of here. There's plenty of space inside here. I'll show you. You can see, there's the board right there. It's just sitting there below a panel. All you'd have to do is rotate that board 90 degrees and put the holes up here. That's it. But beyond that, not bad. Not bad at all. Wire management is actually not bad. I have no major complaints about that except for the difficulty in plugging in this and using the two full-size connectors for that. The hard mounts for the stepper motors are excellent. It's a U-shaped piece of metal that it bolts in the middle. Very nice. Yeah, in general, I have no real complaints. It's a very well-built design. Very strong, very rigid. It even looks nice. It even has a good aesthetic. You know, this would actually look good sitting on your table at work or something like that. This would actually look nice. Even this looks pretty nice. Not a bad job. Maybe tighten up the wiring for this a little bit so that's not so visible. You know, hide that wiring a little bit better. You know, the minor things. It's not a big deal. But it's just not a bad machine. Actually, it is. The color is not necessary, but the box is necessary. Because the box is what connects the two extrusion halves together. I don't think there's any bracing in between. Actually, there is. There is a brace across in between here. So yeah, in theory, you can get rid of both of these boxes, but those boxes are very good for making the machine look nice. And having the nice contrasting color is also really nice. And I also like the pretty prominent but understated logo. You know, they got a nice logo there with their company name. It's very prominent, but it's not in-your-face gaudy. So, not bad. They actually did a really nice job on this printer. I like it a lot. I especially like that they used 2040 here, because by using 2040 here, when you 4-point bolt this to the 2020 frame of the whole machine, this thing is stupid rigid. It is not moving 1 millimeter, which means you'll never need diagonal bracing on this thing. It is so freaking rigid, and that rigidity is nice. Really, really nice. I like seeing that kind of rigidity on a printer. Alrighty, guys, it is 4:45. I'm actually probably just going to skip the post office and just go tomorrow. I'm probably going to have a big crate of crap to bring home again. Let's see, what do I have coming in? I don't see everything, because anything I get from AFA doesn't show up. Oh, looks like I have a UPS delivery, because it says delivered. And that doesn't fit in my mailbox, so UPS must have come. So I got some acrylic paints. I got some more cat food. Oh, tomorrow the second of the cardboard cap heads comes in. I got a whole bunch of these metal pirate coins just because it was cute and I had a pick left. So I spent it on that. I got a real nice Xsense smoke detector that has a built-in 10-year battery and actually looks nice too. These are pretty nice smoke detectors. Got a kite coming in, more cat food. This is another thing I got just because why not? It's a copper radiator, 240 millimeter radiator for like water cooling and stuff like that. I was like, you know, it's free. I'm going to grab it because I can think of uses for that in the future. Another smoke alarm and 10-hour battery. I have bare bulbs on my ceiling. So most of my bulbs are just bare bulbs sticking out of a socket on the ceiling. So I got these pendant lights to, I'll just put like a 6-inch cord on it so that it'll look finished. It'll make the house look nicer. I got this shrug, this protective shrug thing. That's going to come in really handy out here in New Mexico because of sunburn. And more cat food. Oh, these are cute. They're little magnetic jars. So they're like little things like this, but they're little jars that have magnets in the bottom, so you can stick them to the table. That's pretty cool, you know. Just another one of those things. It's like $12, but I wouldn't have spent $12 on it because I don't need it. But because I'm getting it for free, I'll get it. So that's it. Next Wednesday, if everything goes as planned, we should be doing the Ender 3 Max. That should be next Wednesday. And these guys wanted a video out before the Kickstarter, which is next Wednesday. So I swapped the Kywoo with the Ender 3 just so that we can have this out before that. So I figured, why not? You know, it's not going to hurt me. Might as well help them out if I can. I get nothing back from them. There's no affiliate link for Kickstarter. There's, if you buy one, I don't get anything out of it. So it's not that. I just got the free printer for making the video. But that's it. I'm glad the video lights are working. I'm glad the audio is better. I even have a mute button. Oh, tell me, guys, tell me if this sounds any different. This has this thing on it called echo. So here I am talking. I'm just talking normally. And did anything change in my voice? What's it sound like now? What's the difference now? And now I'm going to go back to it being off. What's the difference now? What changed? Is it better or worse? Like, should I add a little bit? So, like, is that good or should I leave it off altogether? Echo is bad? Okay, so I'll leave it off. I can't hear it myself, so, although it does have a headphone jack, which I believe will allow me to monitor what it does. So, yeah, I'll leave it off then. But, yeah, nice. Although I wonder why the volume is backwards. It's counterclockwise for more volume and clockwise for less volume. That's weird. But yeah, that's a slick little microphone. I like that a lot. You know, you don't have to have this if you don't want it. Actually, I probably don't need this because we're not outdoors. So I probably don't need that. But it's a good spit shield in case I'm talking into it. But yeah, nice. Again, not something I would have bought, but I got it for nothing, so. Oh, really? Oh, that might be cool in certain conditions, in certain situations. I don't even have to make dinner tonight because I made so much food last night I couldn't even eat my dinner, so I was going to eat that tonight. I will see you guys later. It is almost 5 o'clock. We have been going for what, 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours we've been going. So I will see you all later. Thank you so much to all my patrons who continue to support me. Some of you for years and years. I'm going to try to figure out how to do something interesting to, you know, a little give back for you guys. I also want to, especially now that I'm pretty stable with the OBS, you know, when it doesn't crash on me, and now that Google Hangouts allows group video chats. One of you guys suggested a private stream for patrons. I want to do that. I want to give back something to patrons who've been supporting me for so many years. You know, right now there's no intrinsic benefit to joining my Patreon besides, you know, helping me out, which I incredibly appreciate. But I want to give a little extra for the patrons. And so I figure I'll have a little private stream. And my voice is getting a little crackly too. I was growling at light speed. No hard feelings, dude. But I don't have a Discord, but I probably should start one. I'm just not trying not to manage too much. But I do want to definitely do that because that'll allow people to, with voice, if they don't have, you can even use your phone if they can't do video. But I'd like to do something like that. And I also probably going to do a live stream eventually on Life of Nerys. Yeah, exactly. Discord is free. But I'm eventually going to do a live stream for Life of Nerys. You know, maybe when I replace the UPS, we'll do one with that or something like that. You know, because I know live streams can boost view count. And boosted view count might get me those extra 230 subscribers I need to get me to that 1,000. Because once I get to that 1,000, I can monetize. And based on my estimate and the numbers I'm getting, with 4 videos a month, getting, you know, 400 or 500 views per video, I should be able to make another $20 maybe. You know, 15, $20 on that channel. And I'll take it. You know, more money's good. Exactly, open hangouts. So that's what I was talking about. But all right, I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thank you, Kywoo, for sending me the printer. I think you did a pretty decent job. I hope you'll accept some feedback. Go to nerys.com. So that is just nerys.com. And you can also see my rocketry channel, which this winter I hope to start adding to, and especially now that I finally have this area cleaned up and I have my metal table set up. About to get started because I'm going to dedicate this table over here to the rocketry channel so I can start doing stuff with that. And so I got to get that subscriber count up eventually as well. But I think that'll be a little easier once I have some content there, because right now there's no content. But and then I got the gadgets, goodies, and widgets channel, which will be all that free stuff I'm getting. I'll be doing reviews on that stuff there. So I'm gonna probably one of my, after I get a few subscribers, I'll do a shootout with all the wireless earbuds that I have. I got a whole bunch. I probably got like $500 of wireless earbuds. And let me tell you this, the most expensive pair I have, the $200 Technics, they're not as good as the $30 U-Greens. I couldn't believe it. It's like, really? It's not as good? That's crazy. Print farm, no, I can't really set up a print farm here. I could probably get away with 6 printers running simultaneously. It'd be sketchy, but especially now that I have a dedicated 20 amp circuit, I could probably get away with running 6 printers. You know, 6 plus 1, you know, the one that we're running on the stream every week. But I just don't have enough power to run more than that all at the same time. I do have the 100 amp now, so I don't have to turn things on and off, which is wonderful. Let me tell you, that sucks. Like the dryer's on, oh shit, the car, blink, and the whole house goes out, and I gotta trudge 150 foot out into the field there and hope I don't get hit by a rattlesnake to flip the breaker back on. The U-Greens depend on proper fitment in your ear. So if they're loose in your ear, you're not going to get any bass. Now, that is a good point. If you're a bass head, you're probably not going to like the U-Greens so much. One of the reasons I like the U-Greens is that it's well-balanced sound. It's what I call reference sound or studio headphones, meaning it does not amplify. I would like to get 200, 250, but that's like a $6,000 upgrade I can't afford right now. I prefer balanced audio. I want to feel the bass, but I don't want the bass overriding or muddying my highs and my mids. And I also don't want my highs amplified so that they feel like ice picks in my ears. And that's why I like the LG Tone Freeze and the U-Greens. They have very balanced audio. There's a very even distribution between low, mid, and high, and all 3 are crisp. I like crisp sound, but not like enhanced crisp sound that just sounds garbage. I just like clean, crisp sound. And the U-Greens give me that. And that's why I like them so much. If you see, I listen to a lot of classical style music too, where that heavy bass just messes up the rest of the classical music. So that's a thing too. But if you like heavy bass, you're probably not going to be happy with the U-Greens. You're going to want something like Skull Candies. The Skull Candies are usually pretty good for bass. I got $20,000 worth of stuff on Amazon. It's ridiculous. I need to slow the hell down and stop ordering shit. And I don't know, I'm not paying for it. Don't get me wrong. This is not stuff I'm paying for, so it's no money out of my pocket. But all these lights, you know, that light, those 3 lights, this fan, those speakers, these magnetic trays, these battery boxes, all the solar lights I have outside, all this stuff, all that came from that program. That program we shall not name. I haven't done. Oh, this is great. I love this. This is actually pretty darn nice. It's an air compressor that looks like a drill. So it's a 20-volt rechargeable tool. That's an air compressor. So this is the tool. This is actually useful. So you turn it on. If you press minus, it defaults to 35. If you press plus, it defaults to 110 psi. So on. Wait till it zeros. There you go. I'm set for 35. Pull the trigger, and it fills up the tire and stops automatically at 35. That's pretty damn cool. 20-volt rechargeable battery. It also comes with a dummy pack. We call these dummy packs. So it goes in the place of the battery, but plugs into your 12-volt outlet. So if you run out of power, you got plenty. Pretty freaking nice. Again, this is not something I would have bought on my own because I'm just not going to spend the money to buy something like this. Just because I have other alternatives to this. So I don't need to waste money. I don't make enough money to waste money buying stuff like this. But if I'm going to be giving it for nothing, then hell yeah. And I review it. And I'm happy I have it because it's pretty damn nice. You clamp that onto your tire, set your pressure, hit the trigger, and it just goes. Oh my, I'm spoiling the shit out of Michelle. Oh my god, she's probably gonna have the best Christmas she's ever had in her life. I got so much shit for her, I'm not even holding it anymore. I'm just giving it to her because I just got so much stuff. Oh my god. Oh, we got a thrift store score. We found a pair of pink Vans at the thrift store. $5. Hell, oh yeah, exactly. The special stuff I'm holding on to and getting out as gifts. I have Christmas, Valentine's, birthday, and Christmas next year done already. So, and I'm not even at the end of this year. Anytime, oh, that's neat. Oh, that's neat. Oh, she'll like that. Oh, she'll like that. Click, click, click. Oh my god, it's crazy. What are you gonna do? But yeah, if you ever have the opportunity to join the program, do not say no. Be careful with your tax situation. Actually, I think that's a U.S. only issue. It's a non-issue for other countries. No other country charges income tax on free stuff like this. Only the U.S. does that. But oh yeah, I just got a banner for the front of the house. What do I do with that? Oh, how about a really ugly mask? This thing is so ugly, you could scare people with it. It doesn't fit. It's too small. But, that's the kind of dumb shit you get on these review programs. You would never buy that, but it's free, so why not? Nice pair of safety goggles I got. Like, legit nice pair. Backward-facing vents like they're supposed to be. Nice silicone frame. So, a legit, really nice pair of safety goggles. My sister, wanted some extra masks. So, I got a 50-pack of black masks for her. So, she'll like that. Here's another fan. Now, this one's actually pretty cool. You guys get a kick out of this one. This is a battery-operated fan. It's rechargeable. Okay? So, it's battery-operated. It has a micro USB connection for charging. A USB output, so you can use this as a battery bank. This will output 2 amps. So, this has a 10,000 milliamp battery built in, and it's a little battery-powered fan. And on the low setting, it's pretty darn quiet. Well, here's the really cool part. Because it's all built in, This is removable, and you don't need it. So now you have this little module that is a USB charge, USB output battery bank, USB fan, and I have these mounts here. So now I can custom design my own mounts. You need a fan in your boat, custom design a mount. You need a fan in your car, custom design a mount. You have a nice little porch out back and you want to mount a fan to your Lazy Boy, custom design a mount. Because this is an all-in-one unit, it allows you to do that. That's really freaking cool. I have a stupid number of these things. But there you go, a little 10,000 milliamp. This fan will run for like 2 days on battery power. So just go and check this out. This is really cool. I actually got this for me. I just like it. It's just so damn neat. But it's not something I would buy normally because why would I waste, $15 on this? Check that out. That's an actual rose. You're seeing an actual rose in there, and it's been dipped in resin to preserve it. How neat is that? Yeah, crap like that, And then sometimes you get really, really nice, expensive stuff. Oh, here's another nice one. And sometimes you get burned. Like I got these Rocat Elo 7.1s. They were supposed to be the Airs. And they didn't send me the Airs. They sent me the USB. Well, that's annoying because I wanted the wireless ones. So now I can't review it because it's a different product from what I am linked to. And I also have to argue with them about the ETV because the USBs are a lot cheaper than the Airs, about half the price. But then you get something badass like this. And I mean, really badass. And this should have come with a case. That's annoying that it doesn't. But check this out. That's a legit battery charger. So it's a 2 amp charger. It can charge 4 batteries independently. Has pigtails for 4 connections. Comes with 4 extensions and 4 sets of clamps to use all 1 or 4 of them. This is fully watertight, fully universal voltage compatibility. Even comes with like 6 different power cords for 6 different countries. And unlike most smart chargers, have you ever used a smart charger with a battery that was really dead and the charger won't charge it? Well, this one has a force mode. I press and hold the button, it goes into force mode, so it'll even charge dead batteries. Really, really nice freaking charger, one I could not afford to buy on my own, but I could certainly afford it through this program. That's just a nice freaking charger. And she likes my little leather notebook that I have, so I got her a pink one. So now she'll have her own little book. Isn't that nice? That's for lead acids. It's for 6 volt, 12 volt AGM, and 12 volt lithium if it has a BMS. And then also, it's wonderful for stuff like this. Kits of eye hooks, kits of shrink wrap tubing, butt connectors, solder-free connectors. I got all kinds of these little kits. I will never, ever have to buy this kind of stuff. It always pops up available. It's easy to review. Take a picture, take a video, done, post a review. I have like lifetime supplies of this kind of crap. Another nice one. These things are actually pretty amazing. These are the battery banks. So this is a 10,000 milliamp battery bank. It has 2 QC 2.0 quick charge ports and a quick charge in. Sadly, it's micro, not C, but that's okay. An actual usable flashlight, and it's a jump box for your car. This was able to start my 4.7 liter V8 Dakota with the battery disconnected. That's impressive. And what I like about this one the most, and why this one gets my best review, is because this one comes with a case. So you can pack this all back in the case and stick it in your car, and you know what it is because it tells you what it is. Very nice. Yes, they're all different sizes, but then you just stack them largest to smallest. Easy enough to get around. They're very, very handy to have. So, oh, I got this too. This little surgical tray, little surgical wheel thingy. So that's a handy little table. I can put all my tools in that, and it rolls far enough under the table that it's out of the way. And this can pop out. This is going to be especially handy for resin printing, so I can put my silicone mat in here and do all. This is not magnetic, but magnets will stick to it. So, for example, this will stick to it. Actually, it does not stick to it. So this is good stainless steel. I'd have to put a magnet on the other side. So that's actually good stainless steel. The magnet don't stick to it. But this is going to be great for resin printing. I could do all the resin work in here, and I don't have to worry about cleaning off my table and me getting resin on me or the cats licking it up. I could then take this outside and clean it properly. So this is going to be wonderful for resin. That's like $90. I would never buy that on my own, but as part of this, hell yeah. And that's a legit write-off too, because that's good for the business. Because that's going to make resin work so much easier. But yeah, all kinds of stuff like that. I got her a pink mouse and pink fans and a pink heater and pink phone stands, and I got her pink everything. She really likes pink, so every time I find something, and quality stuff, not junk. I don't buy her junk anymore. I told Michelle, I was like, we're on our own now. We're debt free. I was like, if I have to get you anything, we spend the money and we buy quality stuff. No Walmart sneakers. You got your. I got her a pair of Keen sneakers off this program. We went to the thrift store and got her some Timberlands, and we got her some Vans. Some good quality stuff. No more junk. We get you good quality stuff. Yeah, pyramid style stacking. So I'm just waiting for a nice drone to pop up. Now, things like that do pop up. Like I got that beautiful vacuum cleaner. $270 vacuum cleaner. It's wonderful. It's amazing. I could never buy that on my own. It's better than my Dyson. I couldn't believe it. It's better than the freaking Dyson I have. I got a couple used Dysons in Pennsylvania for like $40 a piece. But yeah, it's it lets you do stuff like that. So if you ever get offered to join that, say yes. Don't say no. You'll regret it. Oh, the Sanitaire is amazing. I mean, that thing sucks like nobody's business. I filled the bucket after using the Dyson. I used the Dyson first, emptied it, and then I did the same carpet with the Sanitaire, and it still filled the bucket. That's a good freaking vacuum. I got two microwaves now, three, my microwave plus the two I got from the program. The Panasonic sucks. The Toshiba's pretty good. I like the Toshiba. Oh, the Panasonic doesn't suck. It's got design flaws I don't like. But well, if you spend on the right things, like for example, buying Apple computers is not a good long-term investment. If you like Apple, great, but it's not an investment, But buying a good quality pair of sneakers, if you take care of them, makes sense. So you paid twice as much, but you got 3 times the lifespan. Not bad. I do the same thing, but when I build a computer, I get the best I can get for a price range. I buy used. So I got everything's Core i7. Everything's, 4th generation or newer. When it comes to video cards, get the best you can get for $150. You can usually get the, last year's top end model for around that and get a decent deal. Unless if you're a hardcore gamer, okay, you need lots of video card, but then again, you're also spending a lot on the PC. Thank you, 3DP. We keep our victims happy. I paid $140 for my PC, and then I added a $150 video card to it, so that's $300, and then I added $200 in RAM to it, so that's $500. So I spent $500 on a PC. I have an 8 gig video card. That's more than enough for driving my 4K monitor because I don't game. I just need to drive a 4K monitor. and I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. I'm happy. It works. You know, it's Core i7, 3.2 gigahertz, 32 gigs of RAM. It's what I need to run. It's fine. Nice. When you're dealing a lot with having a lot of windows opening and you're opening lots of photographs in Photoshop and videos and video editors, yeah, I wish I could have 128 gigs of RAM. I can't afford the base infrastructure that supports 128 gigs of RAM, because otherwise I would. Even my laptop has 32 gigs of RAM, just because, like, right now I'm running OBS with 3 cameras plus the monitor. I'm running Simplify 3D. I'm uploading files in the background. I'm streaming 1080p to YouTube with 7 browser tabs open. That right there takes like 6 gig by itself. And I have the Photoshop open when I was making the thumbnail for this program. I'm doing that all on this laptop. And 32 gigs of RAM is why I can do that. You can never have too much RAM. As long as you're running 64-bit so that you can handle the larger than that, 4 gigs of RAM, you can never have too much RAM. When you're doing this kind of stuff. All right, if you're just playing a game, you need as much RAM as that game requires. But when you're doing lots of photo and video editing, RAM is everything, because you'll fill it very quickly. And even with decent SSDs in this machine, the moment you start caching to the hard drive, you notice and feel it immediately, because it goes from yeah. It gets real slow real quick. Oh yeah, this laptop, if this thing blue screens because OBS crashes, in 30 seconds I'm back up and OBS is running again. It's so bloody fast. The computer literally spends more time energizing up and posting than it does booting the rest of the way into Windows. It's so quick. Jesus. That's a little expensive. I do have a 2 terabyte M2 drive. I'm not an M2 SSD, but yeah, I got a 2 terabyte SSD right there. So that's going to get swapped into the laptop, and I'm going to put the 1 terabyte that's in there into here. That hurt. That was expensive. That was definitely more than I wanted to spend, but I needed it. NVMe, yeah. But this laptop only gets good stuff. I don't put spinners in here. No platters. I actually got to stop using it. I got to get my desktop set up so I don't burn this thing up. I mean, this is a HP EliteBook 8770W with 32 gigs of RAM. It's got the 5 gigabyte video card in it. It's got the true color screen. That extra $1,000 cost for that true color screen. It's a hack job. Someone had a busted up one with the true color screen, and they put it in this one. And the only trick is you can't go past 99% screen brightness. If you go past 99% brightness, it dims for some reason. But beyond that, I get that gorgeous true color screen. But this, I do everything with this. Remember, I'm a photographer. I go to a NARM and I would shoot, 3,000 pictures in a week. And so I spend a lot of time sitting at this thing. It's got my SD card port, it's got 6 USB ports, a FireWire port, it's got that monitor connection, not HDMI, not VGA, the display port. It's got a VGA, does not have HDMI, it's a little too old for HDMI, but that's okay. It's got my Ethernet connections, it's got every radio in the world that you can think of. It's Core i7 3.6 gigahertz. It's got a Blu-ray drive in it, so I can burn. I don't even watch movies. I just use it because I can get a 50 gigabyte disc and burn data to it. And it's a 17.9 inch screen. It's got the webcam and all that crap. It's got the backlit keyboard, full size with a number pad. All the things that make me comfortable. And it took me a very, very long time to build this laptop, and I had to do it twice because my brother pawned the first one. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I hope they catch you and you rot in jail. Yeah, about 15 seconds. Yep. It's with an SSD. It is amazing how fast laptop boots up with an SSD, and the desktop too. It's a desktop replacement. This is a desktop replacement. I mean, this thing's a monster. It's a desktop replacement. I'm running dual monitors on my laptop. I can run a third monitor if I want. You know, this is a desktop replacement. This is a work machine. It's an EliteBook. It's made to do work. So my laptop is superior to my desktop. Yeah. With the exception of the video card, which this one is slightly behind my desktop just because it's a laptop. There's a limit to, what kind of video card you can get. My laptop is superior to my desktop, but I need my laptop to do well. That's why I want to stop using it. I don't want to burn it up. I don't want to kill my laptop just because it's I can't replace it. It's a $4,000 machine. I can't replace this. So I bought a bare bones for $1,200 because of the screen, and then I slowly added a hard drive. I started off with 4 gigs of RAM until I could afford the 32. I built it up until it was this monster. Yeah, it's a beast. I mean, today I wouldn't need a laptop like this. I don't do the rocket launches as much, although I hope to do them again. I hope to start doing that again. But that's it. All right, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat dinner. It's been 6¼ hours, so I'm gonna go scruff up the cat a little bit. He needs some loving. Oh yeah, we printed the vase, and we printed a couple Marvins. Not bad. I have a slight inconsistency in extrusion. I believe that's because of the stretched couplers. So I will be taking care of those couplers. I'll order a couple of nice couplers if I don't have any and go from there. So you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for supporting me. Let me see if I need to give anybody a shout out. Oh, my Walmart order's ready, even though they don't have my goddamn soil that I want. Bastards. I do have a PayPal from Colin, $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And once again, shout out to Michael for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Without you guys, this would not be possible. So you guys are the MVPs here. Thank you very much. I will see you. I have a video coming out this weekend. It will be the analysis video for the JG Maker Artist D. And then next Wednesday, we will do the Ender 3 Max. So I will see you all later. You have a great night.